Hello everyone. I would like to welcome you to the conference on career guidance and career education. And we will also award the National Awards of Career Guidance. I'm Petr Chaluš, I'm the moderator of this hybrid event. Some of the participants are here at the premises of the school with me, and some of you are online. And I hope you'll stay as long as possible in the app Eventee. I hope you will try all the tools in the Eventee app. And you can ask my colleague Helena Pechová if you have any questions. She's from Euroguidance and she's the support for you. So if you have any questions, you can ask her. You can create a profile in the chat and you can chat with all the participants. There are over 300 participants who have registered, and if you have this profile you can address anyone. You can follow all the lectures that will be here, and you can also send questions to the speakers. In the app you can always send a comment, you can say hello, you can ask a question, etc. All the interaction that will happen on the platform is very important for us, and it will stay there. So don't worry, don't be afraid to ask questions. Have a look at the app, because there are all the speakers. You can read the information about the speakers. There are examples of good practices. And there are also information about a lot of speakers, a lot of people who will be here. And there is the agenda. There is also the original stream without translation, and in the second column there is translation into English or into Czech, and there will be two parts of the conference that will be in English, so you will have to switch to the original channel. I will always tell you when's the time to switch. So if the original is in Czech, you are listening to translation, or if the original is in English, you're listening to the original. And if you are Czech and you want to listen to English, you can stay at the original stream. We are all from Europe and we support you to listen to other languages. I would like to ask the director of this school now to tell us something more about this school. Where are we right now? Hello, I am Radko Sáblík. I'm the director of the Smíchov Technical Secondary School and Grammar School. And right now we are in the co-working center that has been built here with the support of the city of Prague. Our students and graduates have made this co-working space, and they took care of the construction as well. And this is operated by the media house of the street Preslova. There are three parts. The first of them is event spent. We call it Mix Zone. That's the name of the first part. That's the event space. Then there is the mega space, where you can create products that will be created in the center, in the co-working space. And then there is the hub, where you can create startups and develop new projects, and we also cooperate with a lot of universities there. Welcome everyone, both physically and virtually, and I greet everyone who is here in Next Zone. Concerning the topic, I'm very glad that this event is happening here. I consider career counseling a very important topic, especially at elementary schools. We have discussed that within the strategy 2030 plus, and I said this shouldn't be only the role of teachers at schools, because the teachers usually see the students, especially at elementary school, from the perspective of their subject, and they do not always see all the possibilities and competencies of that student. But I'm sure that we will be talking about that during the whole day at this conference, and I'm looking forward very much to the round table that will happen a little bit later. I'm very glad you have all come, and I hope you will enjoy this conference. Thank you, see you later. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask our next guest, who represents the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, is Mr. Peter Bannert. Hello everyone, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I am responsible for the Department of University Education, Vocational Education and Higher Education, and I perceive this as a very important topic. Students going to the higher grades of education. Some students do not know where to go, which school to study at. They need to help with their choice. They need to choose the right subject, and the role of a career counselor is very important in this stage. There should be a support for these students. They should be able to see what are the skills, what are the competencies of that student, and what are the future possibilities. The function of career counseling is very important also from the psychological aspect, because if the student chooses the right major, they should be motivated to study that major and later on to pursue that job. Because if the student chooses something that he or she likes, there is a better potential for the future. They will be more positive even in their life, more happy in their life. And if we have happy citizens in the Czech Republic, this will be a huge benefit for all of us. And that is the function of career guidance. We consider career guidance as a very important role. Mr. Sablik mentioned that as an important part of the Strategy 2030, and we perceive this as a new element that should be included in the education, also in the secondary education. This is also a part of one of our projects where we implement career guidance in secondary education, and I'm sure this will be mentioned later on in other contributions. Within this project, we want to support career counseling, and I'm very glad that we'll hear more about good practices in the Czech Republic and also in other European countries. I hope this conference will be a success. I hope you will get a lot of inspiration from that, and I hope career counseling as such is successful not only at elementary and secondary schools but also at higher stages, and I hope each student will find a good career counselor. Thank you very much. I wish that as well, and I hope we'll do something in order to achieve that. And I will ask our next guest from the National Institute for Education, Matěj Bulant, to tell us a few words from the perspective of the National Institute for Education. Good morning. I'm very glad that we can host this event under the auspices of National Institute for Education. I'm very glad that we can support very good projects within this event. I'm looking forward to the second part, to the roundtables, because we will discuss how career guidance should look like in the future from the perspective of curricula and from the schools. As Mr. Bannert said, we have career guidance and career education. That's a part of the Strategy 2030. And we involve it within our projects. But there are a lot of questions. What will happen with career guidance in the future? We have a lot of studies from OECD and other bodies, and they try to predict trends. What will happen in the future? What about new technologies? What will happen at schools with the development of new technologies, how to use big data in career guidance. That's another topic. We also talk about improving career guidance at schools, but how will schools look like in 10 years? OECD talks about a lot of scenarios. There is career guidance, career education, both formal and informal, and there are a lot of questions within this field. At the National Institute for Education, we include all those questions, we think about all those topics, and I hope this forum will become a space where we'll open all of these questions and we'll hear a lot of interesting information. I'm looking forward to that very much. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pity we cannot applaud here. Well, at least a little bit. Thank you. Thank you for that. We keep all the restrictions because of the pandemic, so there are not many people here and most of you are online. Our next speakers will be connected online. They are not here with us. I welcome Anna Dumont and Mish Shimral with us, and I would like to pass the floor to you right now in this order. Hello everyone. I'm very glad that I can tell you a few words at the beginning. Unlike my colleagues, I look at career guidance from the adult perspective, let's say, from the perspective of people who are thinking in the middle of their life that they might change their jobs, they might change their qualification, or they have to deal with the problem that they have lost their jobs. I am the head of the Department of Integration at the labor market, and we cooperate with the labor offices within this topic. In the past, labor offices have participated in some of the competitions and they have received some awards. This is also a strategic framework for us, and the framework is employment strategy within 2030. So we also consider career guidance as an important topic for the future as well. As far as financing is concerned, the National Recovery Plan is very important for us. We want to include career guidance in this project as well, especially with respect to increasing competencies within Industry 4.0. We want to develop new education centers that would respond to all the changes that happen, the new technologies, etc. So those are the hard facts, and then we have the soft competencies here, where we also want to involve career guidance in our projects. Another thing I'd like to say is that the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs is a member of National Forum. We lead this forum. It's our ministry and the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport. We exchange best practices, we share our experience, and we suggest what changes can be made. There is one challenge happening right now at our National Career Guidance Forum, and this is a challenge for all of us for the future, and that's a shift, a very important shift that's happening. You can also see it at this event as well. It's the shift to the online space, and not only of such conferences but also of career guidance services in general. We are all moving to the online space as a reaction to the pandemic, but we can use this experience also for the future we can use it as a benefit. We can learn new skills, and as such we'll be ready for the future. I would like to thank all the organizers for organizing this event. This is the 13th edition of this event, and I hope this conference will be a success. Thank you very much. And now I pass the floor to V. Chimral, who is the last speaker in the introduction part.
Hello, good morning. First of all, please excuse me that I cannot be present there. I am now working at from the premises of the Center for Architecture and Public or Metropolitan Planning. We have a Danish and Swedish delegation here. So we are now learning from them. We see that many European countries have already achieved some progress in these topics, which should be a basic topic in municipal agendas. They have experience from the last more than 10 years. As for career guidance, we have organized a special activity. It is connected with entrepreneurship, and from our perspective, this is linked to professional and vocational schools. We try to increase capacities and number of pupils that study at professional schools in Prague, and we try to achieve progress and to improve them. And we want to also work on lifelong learning projects, upskilling, and career management, as we see it from the Scandinavian countries, or in Germany or in the United Kingdom. Our goal is to achieve 40% of vocational school graduates which would enter a labor market which in 20 or 30 years would be completely different than they were prepared for while they were studying. So now we are working on 2 activities, and we are trying to increase the role of professional schools. And as for career guidance, we want to seize the new trends that we can see in Sweden, for example. We use it as a role model. But we know that there are some regions which are more progressed in the Czech Republic, for example, the Pilsen region. So I want to thank you for organizing this conference. There will be another conference which will be in the premises in our school, where we will see the examples of best practices. We have an army grammar school which deals with this field, and also your school is an example of good practice, where different elements of coaching, talent management, and competencies development which are needed for labor market can be done in Prague. Prague is a specific region. It is different from other regions in the Czech Republic. So I would like to thank Euroguidance, the Smíchov Technical School and Grammar School, and other participants, and I wish you very fruitful conference. Thank you. I think we can applaud you as well here in the hall, even though you may not hear it. Thank you very much. I'm very happy that everything works fine. It seems that it is the case. Now we can enter the second block of our conference. The first block has ended. In the Eventee app, you see that the first block is ending. There will be many blocks without any breaks today. Now we will announce the winners of the National Career Guidance Award. We have prepared a PPT presentation, and we also have a surprise for you. We will try to connect with the award receivers, or if you are here, just wave at us and we will invite you to the stage. Some part of the participants and the winners are here, and some of them are connected remotely. So please be prepared that we will reach out to you. So instead of receiving flowers, you will say some speech. You can say that you are very happy for receiving the award and so on. So let's hope this will be of good quality. So now, Euroguidance is a network that created this award 13 years ago. There were many colleagues who have worked on this award. We are a community not only of Czech participants, but also participants from the whole Europe. You may find information on euroguidance.cz and euroguidance.eu. You will see the whole community of Euroguidance centers. But we have entered a new programming period. And just today, the European Commission is ensuring enough funds for the period between 2021 and 2023. This period is part of the new budgeting period, and we need the funds to maintain our identity. And at the same time, we want to involve ourselves in the new activities of the Prague Career Guidance Institute. We think that the objectives that we have set are part of different higher objectives. There are some specific activities hidden behind these objectives. We want to create support materials for career guidance counselors. But at the same time, we are well aware of the fact that you participants are better at creating such materials. But what we want to do is to look at European countries and the materials created there, and to bring the best practices to the Czech Republic. We want to support the innovation of the national system. Part of our work is to invite the guests that you will see today during this conference. We want to support the full functionality of the national career guidance system. Another topic is the development of competences of career counselors. This is done by e-learnings or study visits. So there are different forms of competence developments. We can learn from our colleagues from Europe. At the same time, we organize Czech activities. We prepared a webinar for Czech career counselors. And as for the European dimension, we see it in a way that the Czech career guidance counselors should know that we are part of Europe. When we forget about it, we lose many opportunities. We need to know what is going on in our neighboring countries, what is going on in their labor market, and how their education system looks. So what we try to support is to involve career guidance and European mobility in the career guidance. Here you can see different examples. We publish magazines, which is published in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. We have a different seminar with our German colleagues. We translated a handbook of good practice by Mr. Sultan, will be here. And another activity which is pan-European is that we try to bring this pan-European activity to the Czech Republic. Now, next topic. I hope you all know the National Career Guidance Award, but I will pinpoint one idea. I think all of the 37 participants are winners, because they overcame the barrier between doing something on one hand and sharing with other colleagues from the Czech Republic on the other hand. So we are very grateful for sharing the experience in the Czech Republic. We are now working on the English translation of the outcomes of the National Career Guidance Awards, and share this experience with our European colleagues. We always try to find interesting aspects of different participants that meet our criteria. This is what we have done this year. We chose 5 winners and 8 honorable mentions. But what is more important is the richness of the practices. We have different practical examples of towns and regions. They carry out systemic steps. There is also another colleague here in the studio. I hope she is here. Well, this colleague described her job as career counselor in detail, and this is very important for us. We have colleagues from non-profit organizations and career advisors who work either on their own as sole traders, let's say, or they work in an organization. We have also awarded different online tools, online repositories, online diagnosis tools, and all these tools are available online. And as you have heard, labor offices and other schools were also awarded. All the participants who applied for this award are here, either in the studio or remotely. They should have their profile. If you do not have your profile here, you should upload it to the app. The conference will be available on the Eventi app forever, and it will be a very important source of information. So you can upload further information if you wish. What we intend to achieve is an interaction of different participants in the afternoon. And the outcomes will be published and also translated to English and then published on Euroguidance website. The winners of the award or honorable mention will be able to use our competition award, competition logo. We are very happy for that. The participants can use a stamp or a logo in their websites or other materials. We will present your projects in the section of best practices on our website, and we try to provide different courses over Europe, participation on conferences, and we also invite them to different events we organize so that we can share the information about your projects. Now I will invite the members of the jury. You know that the Euroguidance Center does not evaluate the different participants of the award. Most of the members of the jury that you can see on the screen now are members of a team which changes year to year. There are different participants from different organizations each year. And this is the jury of the 2021. And I would like to ask Lenka Hloušková or Eva Kirovová, who are here online. I can see them. Yes, we are here. Perfect. So now you may hear this gap of different seconds between the live stream and the stream online. So now you may say a few words. Lenka Hloušková, you can describe the work of your group.
Yes, I confirm we are here. Hello everyone, welcome all the participants, and I would like to say a few words. I was part of the jury. I had a little bit different role than in the previous years, and I was very surprised how many projects applied for participating at the conference. The jury had quite a difficult role. So I'm sorry, could I ask you, Lenka, and all of you who are here at this meet group to mute the sound or maybe turn off stream right now, because we need better quality of sound. So all of you, just those of you who are now present in the meet and can see us in the Google Meet group, could you please turn off the stream, because we can hear the sound from you. Maybe it's just one of you, I'm not sure which one is it, but it will definitely help us with the quality of the sound if you just stay in Google Meet. I hope you can all understand what I want to say. And whoever is not speaking, so all of you apart from Lenka, please mute your microphone. Lenka, please leave your microphone on, and the rest, please mute yourselves. Thank you. So again, I pass the floor to Lenka, and could you please repeat what you were saying? Okay. This year, I was in a little bit different role compared to previous years. I was not only a part of the jury, but I was also a member of Euroguidance group, and I was very glad that there was a high number of applicants, but also I was surprised by the very high quality. There were 10 of us in the jury, and we always have number of points. 2 people give the number of points, and my colleague and myself evaluated the quality of the projects, and that's how we got to the 13 awards. It was very difficult, I must say. It wasn't easy at all. All the 13 projects that have been chosen are of a very good quality. All of them have their strengths that are really huge. And then another question is to what extent it can be applied in practice. All those good practices. I cannot really see any big differences between the main awards and the honorable mentions concerning the contribution to the development of career guidance and the benefits as such. That's just a few words from the jury. And I would like to pass the floor to Lenka and Eva later on, but first I will ask you to show us the presentation again. And now this is the moment. You can see the smile there at the slide. We are now waiting for the winner, and I hope that we confused you as every year, so you now have no idea what are the results. That was what we were trying to achieve. So first I would like to show you what are the 8 honorable mentions, and after that we will present the main awards. And if some of you are the winners, some of you who are here with us in the studio, please wave at me, and I would like you to tell us a few words about the projects. So first we will announce the honorable mentions. They are very specific because they usually are unique in one feature, in one unique feature. They are very specific. They have a certain criteria they are special at, and it's these projects. I hope we have included all 8 of them, and you can all read it at the slide. We only have about 2 minutes per each of the projects, so I would like to warn you about the time, and I will ask Lenka and Eva to comment on it a little bit. What is the award awarded for? Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to all the projects that received the honorable mention. Thank you for your applaud. And I will ask the jury now to comment on the 8 projects one by one. And if there is any representative of the project, I hope that you will tell us it's you. And if you're here with us, either online or physically, you can tell us a few words. And if no one is here, we will thank you anyway. We will send you the certificate, and we are very glad that you have all received the honorable mention. So let's start. Lenko, please turn on your microphone. I'm sorry. I hope I can read it well. So the first project is from MAS Sternbersko for the activity that is organized in the location where the life is very difficult. There are a lot of socially disadvantaged people, and this activity interconnects not only students of elementary schools, but interconnects them with their teachers and parents and other members of the community as well. Is there anyone from Sternbersko here? Could you please tell us? Hello? Good morning. Thank you very much. I must say we are very happy. It's my colleague and me connected from Sternbersko. We didn't really have time to read all the names, and it was very small letters, so it was a surprise for us. Thank you very much for this award, and I would like to thank Mrs. Hlošková to summarize our activity. It's true that we operate at the location of the socially disadvantaged communities, and that's why it's so important. I will not talk about the details because, as I understood, we only have a few minutes, but you can read all the details on our website. There is all the information you need to know. What is important is that we want to help pupils, students, and parents in the career guidance field. We have either targeted or general support. The main activity are days of career counseling at schools. We have trained over 500 or 1,500 students and parents. They have access to the forum that provides support within career guidance, and I think that the activities are appreciated very much and they are very successful. And I would like to thank you for awarding us this honorable mention. Thank you. Let's go on. I hope that we will be able to read your profile in Eventy as well. And let's go on. I will now ask the jury to announce honorable mention number 2. Well, I can't read it very well, but I expect that the scenario is correct. So the second honorable mention goes to the authors of an e-book, Andrea Čirke and Petra Schnepfelbergerová, and it's an e-book for parents. It's called How to Manage the Choice of a Job with Your Child. We appreciate that it is for parents as well, but not only for parents, but for parents who are curious and who want to discuss the choice of schools or jobs with their children, but they also want to guide them through their career and life together with career guidance. I'm not sure if there is anyone from this project. I can't see anyone here in the studio. I'm here. Hello. Oh, you are here. Okay. What do you think, Andrea? Thank you very much for this honorable mention. The ebook is already on. It's living its life, and we are very glad with Petra that it has been so successful. We try to spread it within our action plans and our local groups. The cooperation is going on very well, and I would like to support other people, especially MAPS and schools and students who do not have this ebook yet, to download it, because it is one of our online tools that are very helpful for students and for parents. That's what I would like to tell you. We create all together the future of our children. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the jury as well, and I would like to thank all the participants who respond to the awards. Another project is Karierko.cz, which is a career platform for students. The author is Kateřina Solmas, and this is an honorable mention, a special award, where we considered what should we stress as the qualitative criteria, and we agreed that we will stress the continuous development of this platform. The target group are the students of primary, secondary and tertiary schools, because even at universities it happens that the student chooses a certain major, but during their studies they find out that they would prefer to study something else. It is also meant to be used by parents and career counselors. This platform includes a lot of information that are gathered there, and they are offered to you in the form of articles, videos, etc. And I would like to invite you to visit the career platform, because it will definitely broaden your horizons of your life and of your career. Congratulations to the winners.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. And I would like to ask whether some representatives of Karierko are here or online. Hello, we are connected online. I hope you can hear me. Kateřina Solmas is not here, but I am here instead of her. My name is Lucia Majrichová. We are very happy for this award, and we really appreciate this. Kariérko has been online for 2 years. We are working on a voluntary basis. We have a whole team of dozens of young students who want to be active and want to share their activities with others. I would like to add one more thing. The main objective of our project is to show the broad range of possibilities the students have, both within school or outside, how they can develop their competences, what are the different jobs. So we provide different job descriptions. We also have interviews with the people from these fields where they describe their daily life and where the obstacles they needed to overcome in order to work in this job. So this is the main message we want to give and provide the young people. That means if you want to become a doctor, marketing director, or data analyst, it may seem very difficult from the beginning, but we show them that it is possible to achieve this on real examples, and we want to encourage these young people to start and to embark on this journey towards the job of their dreams. So thank you very much for this honorable mentions, and we want to congratulate other winners, because it is impossible to give awards to these projects, because the world of today is changing every day, and young people need to adapt to it as fast as possible. Thank you for this speech. We can hear an applause here from the studio. So it works. So we can go on. And the next honorable mention goes to the city of Děčín for the development of system of career counseling at primary schools in the city of Děčín. And this project focuses on the development of career counselors. So if we expect career counselors to provide a whole range of support and tools, both from disadvantaged regions or schools, etc., and the so-called normal students, it is important to support the development of career counselors. So now I would like to give the floor to the representatives of the town hall in Děčín. So congratulations. I saw that there was someone from Děčín that connected to our chat, but after that the person disconnected. So I'm not sure whether they are here. But at least they tried to connect to this chat. So we will wait a few more seconds. So it seems that they are not here. So at least you can check their profile at Eventi. Most of you know the town of Děčín very well from the past years, but it is the same people working at the labor office and other partners who have worked with us for many years. So we can go on. Okay, I will continue with another project. So now I would like to announce a special honorable mention, which is called Jak na Vysoko, How to Get to a University, which is an interesting project. It is an online peer tool. It is designed for university students, where students can share different information on career development, career changes, and they use the language of the current generation. I don't mean to put it down. I think it is a very interesting project, and it will find the people who would be interested in it. So now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Jan Zeman, who is representing the project. Mr. Jan Zeman, Yes, he is here. Hello, good morning. Starting from now, please be brief, only say 2 or 3 sentences, because I found out that we are not sticking to the plan anymore. We are a little bit delayed, so please be brief. Both the members of the jury and the representatives of the different projects. So I would like to say that the name of project is jakouvysoko.cz, not the other name the jury said. I would like to thank Mr. Valenta, who was the director of my master thesis. This project is to give self-confidence to students, to show them how to find information they can then use to choose the university. And what is most important is that they should search for this information at university students that currently study university, so they can search for them on Facebook, Instagram, on other social media. We know that 50% of the dropouts of universities would have chosen a different field of study if they had had the information. So thank you for being so brief. Thank you very much. So we can go on to another project. So now I would like to announce another honorable mention to Dorota Madziova for her contribution to online career education. Dorota is not afraid of online tools. She was very bold, and she created 4 courses for primary and secondary schools pupils, and I hope that she will be as successful as she has been until now. Yes, hello, I am here. I hope you can all hear me. Hello from Náchod. I am now teaching career counselors in the region of Hradec Králové. And at 12:30, I will give you more details about my work in the next block. Thank you for this award, and I hope that our job is still meaningful and that the quality of our job will only increase. So now I'm going back to my colleagues who are present here with me. I will tell you what she meant by meeting at 12:30. I will tell you later. So the next award goes to the region of Opava. So we are following up on the previous award or previous honorable mention. Now this further project is focused on cooperation of different entities that deal with career guidance development at schools. So I would now like to give the floor to the authors, to the applicants, those who implement these activities in Opava. Hello, my name is Daniela Nováková. I represent this project. I would like to thank all of you. Thanks to your work, we are able to bring interesting activities to career guidance counselors here in the region of Opava. We can provide them with working documents, working manuals, handbooks, etc. We cooperate with Dorota Madziova. She provides great material, and as for the project from Stenberg, I hope that we will be able to meet the representatives as soon as possible. So I would just like to highlight the fact that what we do when we go to school or the economic chamber, the Chamber of Commerce, we just bring different projects from different parts of the Czech Republic, and we fully leverage your work. So thank you for that. Thank you. So a round of applause. Thank you very much. And are there any more honorable mentions that were not announced yet? we have one last honorable mention, and it goes to Mrs. Veronika Motlova for the contribution to the development of this field of career guidance. She has been providing career guidance classes at the University of Economics in Prague, and she has also dealt with this topic in her dissertation, and she proved in her dissertation that career education of university students has its benefits, positive benefits. Now you can hear me? Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lenka, for this award and honorable mention. And I will be very briefly. I'm very happy. I did not expect to receive this award, so thank you very much. Thank you. We have already prepared presentations from Slovakia and Serbia because it is 11 o'clock. But now I would like to ask our colleagues from Slovakia and Serbia to wait, to be patient for a moment. Now we will go back to our presentation. So now a moment of tension, even though some of you already know who are the winners of the main awards. Now we will go directly to them. We focus on the main criteria, and you can see these applicants who have won the main awards. So now I will give the floor both to the members of the jury and to the representatives of these projects. So Lenka. So the first main award in no particular order goes to the town of Ostrava, to the City Hall of Ostrava, for development and complex support of the system of career guidance counseling at primary schools, along with the cooperation of different entities. And this project is supported by financially by the town hall of Ostrava. If you are here, please come to the stage. Don't forget to bring the microphone. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the town of Ostrava, I am representative of the Department of Education. Ms. Slavičková and Mr. Hostovský are here, and they represent the Pact for Employment of the Ostrava region. The objective of our project is to implement the career guidance position as a part of different schools in a sustainable manner. We want to link it to other assistance to create methodological support, mentoring of career guidance counselors. And for these objectives, we use the institutions and projects that we already have in Ostrava, that we cooperate with them. It's different schools and institutes. And I hope that we will be able to implement this project in all the schools in Ostrava. Nowadays, there are 40 schools, that means 2/3 of all schools in Ostrava that participate in this project. And in the last year, we would like to involve all the schools in Ostrava. The main goal of this project is to encourage career counselors and also to make career counseling an integral part of education. It is not expensive, and we know what are the benefits of career counselors at schools. So thank you for this award. It is a great encouragement for us, and let's hope that career counseling will only develop in the Czech Republic. So congratulations. You will also present your project in the afternoon. Yes, my colleagues will present our project in the afternoon. So we can go on. The winners of the main awards will have a presentation after. So now I would like to give the award to EKS for this handbook, which is a handbook for career counselors, which is the outcome of an international project. So congratulations for this. Thank you for this award. We are very grateful. I just wanted to say a few words. It was very difficult for us to complete this project due to the COVID pandemics, which made many things more difficult. But at the same time, I know that this whole situation had a negative impact on the schools. And I'm very happy that we were able to complete this project and to publish this practitioner's guide to uncharted waters of career counseling. And we are very happy that the counselors may work on. We're very looking forward to your presentation. And the next main award goes to Lucia Václavková and Petra Drahoňovská. And I will give the floor to them so that they can describe their project, because they are one of the main leaders of career counseling in the Czech Republic. Hello, I would like to thank all of those who help career counselors to do their job better. I would like to thank Petra, who is in Mexico right now. What we wanted to do is to create an activity that reacts on the current situation, and we created a series of webinars called Ask Your Career Counselor. We didn't meet with Petra while we're making these webinars, and we responded the answers of experts or students and career counselors. And we think that this is the great time to provide career counselors with a snippet of what we can do, what are the services we can provide them. So thank you for the award, and hello Petra to Mexico, and I would like to thank her for her contribution to this project. Thank you. Thank you. We will see a presentation of your project later on, so we can go on. And the next award goes to Vysočina Education. It is a project focused on a very similar topic, that means career guidance development, etc. And I will give the floor to the authors of this project. I hope they are here. Yes, I am connected online. I am very surprised and happy, and I'm very sad that the director cannot be here. He longed for this award for many years, but he is on a business trip at the moment. So I'm very happy. Thank you for this award. We did not focus on career counselors as such, but we wanted to create the position of a career counseling coordinator. We created different materials that can be used by primary schools, and these materials can assist career counseling, and it would be aligned with the education curriculum. So thank you for this award. I would like to also thank to my colleagues from the European Contact Group, which have helped us Thank you. Okay, so the last and the last main award goes to the career centers of universities. The applicant is Richard Nevšímal, but I think he would agree with me when I say that the project is focused on support of the cooperation between career centers at universities. They were able to come together, draw up a memorandum on cooperation, and to participate actively on the Association of University Career Counselors. And they intend to develop career counseling centers at universities in a systemic manner. So, congratulations. So, Richard is here. Yes. Thank you for the introduction. I just wanted to say that even in our project, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. And I could not receive the award only for myself, because there were so many people working on this project from different universities. Masaryk University in Prague, Czech University of Life Sciences in Prague, Mining University in Ostrava, and many more. So thank you for this award. I think that we use all our energy in order to create this new entity where we are the entity of last resort when the career counseling does not work on primary and secondary school. We need to achieve the good results. So thank you for this award, and I hope we will have a fruitful debate on what to do in the future. There were more than 22 public universities who participated in this project. So thank you for this award. It is a great honor for us.
Thank you very much as well. And now I would like to move on to the next part. Later on you'll see the presentation of these projects, and right now I would like to hear from our guests about the awards in Slovakia and in Serbia. And now I would like to warn you that this is the next part as well. If you're in Eventy, and this is the situation I warned you about at the beginning. So we are now moving on to the original language English. So if you're now listening to the translation, you need to change to the original stream right now to listen to the English version. And those of you who are Czech can switch to translation, which will be in Czech. So the foreign participants will now go to the original stream, which will be in English. The translation stream will be in Czech in a few minutes. We are a little bit delayed, but I think we can manage that by skipping the break. My colleagues are now in Google Meet. I hope they are here with us. Are you here? A teď už začnu mluvit anglicky, protože tato část bude celá v angličtině. A já tedy budu komunikovat s našimi hosty anglicky. Tak už jsme tady, slyšíme se. Dobrý den. Tak, Ladislave slyším, tak můžeme začít. Všechny vás zdravím. Je trošičku zvláštní, že jako Slovák k vám mluvím anglicky, ale vím, že tady máme i anglické účastníky, tak proč ne? Pokusím se to říci stručně, protože vidím, že jsme trošku ve skluzu. Projdu jenom ty základní body a řeknu vám, jak dopadly ceny u nás na Slovensku v roce 2021. Řeknu vám o příkladech dobré praxe, které jsme ocenili v rámci našich cen A já teď s vámi budu sdílet prezentaci. Tak, doufám, že už ji vidíte. Ne, zatím nevidíme. Tak, teď už vidíte. Ano. Jmenuji se Lácio Ostroha a pracuji pro skupinu Euroguidance na Slovensku. Jsem také jedním z organizátorů udělování cen národního kariérového poradenství na Slovensku. My sdružujeme různé poskytovatele kariérového poradenství, kteří poskytují různé druhy služeb po celém Slovensku a také organizují různé programy pro žáky, studenty, pro lidi s nějakým znevýhodněním, ať už finančním nebo sociálním. Snažíme se poskytovat školení i přímo kariérovým poradcům. Jsme podporováni jak školami, tak neziskovkami, tak i různými institucemi a jednotlivými kariérovými poradci. Vidíme tedy, že kariérové poradenství se vyvíjí, a to nejen kvantitativně, ale i kvalitativně. Rozšiřuje se jejich pole působnosti. Jaké jsou ty příklady dobré praxe, které jsme ocenili? 26. října 2021 jsme udělili tato ocenění. Snažili jsme se sejít osobně, ale bohužel ve velmi omezeném formátu kvůli restrikcím, kvůli pandemii. Byli jsme ale rádi, že můžeme zorganizovat takovou akci po tak dlouhé době. To ocenění získalo 5 organizací. První z nich je společnost Dexteria, která poskytuje vzdělávací programy pro mladé lidi, pro studenty. A jejich hlavní systém vzdělávací poskytuje akademia. Je to projekt Dexteria a snaží se, aby studenti skutečně dokázali naplnit svůj potenciál, aby byli aktivní, aby se dobře začlenili do společnosti i do své komunity. Je tam zkombinováno více prvků. Mentory jsou přímo kariérové společnosti, které poskytují kariérové poradenství a na základě těchto programů se můžou lidé účastnit konkrétních projektů v rámci svých komunit. A všechny ty projekty mají za cíl být inovativní, přicházet s novými nápady. To je tedy první příklad dobré praxe. Ten druhý projekt je úplně jiný. To je projekt v oblasti veřejné zaměstnanosti. Ta cena byla udělena úřadu práce ve Zvolenu a chtěli ukázat, že ta aktivní role může probíhat i na školách. Implementovali tam poměrně komplexní program kariérového poradenství na místních školách v daném regionu, kde probíhalo mnoho aktivit v oblasti kariérového poradenství. Organizovali různé soutěže, vědomostní soutěže, zábavné soutěže a do toho začleňovali i kariérové poradenství. A musím říct, že ta místní komunita skutečně ocenila tyto projekty, protože na Slovensku obecně se takovýmto projektům za stolik nedaří. Ten třetí oceněný projekt, ten asi znáte, to je organizace Profesia. To je asi hlavní hráč na trhu práce na Slovensku. Je to společnost, která má poměrně robustní strukturu, je velice dobře známá. A kromě spousty dalších aktivit, které oni pořádají, tak začali implementovat projekt, který se zaměřuje na uchazeče o práci se zdravotním znevýhodněním. Spolupracují s různými personalisty, s agenturami pracovními a snaží se pomoci začlenit lidi se zdravotním postižením na trh práce. Informují je o tom, jaká mají práva, o právním rámci, do kterého spadají, a případně jim i radí s tím, jak by mohli fungovat s tím svým znevýhodněním a jak se představit potenciálnímu zaměstnavateli. Učí je, jak mohou zdůraznit, že mohou používat ten svůj handicap i jako výhodu. 4. cena tu získala základní škola na východě Slovenska v Budimíru, což je blízko Košic. Porota ocenila aktivity kariérových poradců na této základní škole, protože role kariérových poradců na základních školách je na Slovensku něco úplně nového. Ta role zatím není pevně ukotvená. Každý ten člověk má trošku jiné funkce, trošku jinou roli. V roce 2019 byla popsána role kariérového poradce, ale oni zatím nejsou ve všech školách. Ale díky velice progresivnímu vedení v této konkrétní škole tam mají plnohodnotnou pozici kariérového poradce a ti kariéroví poradci pořádají různé aktivity, zároveň zvou třeba do tříd lidi z různých profesí a tito lidé potom se žáky mluví. Děti se mohou ptát na různé věci, ti lidé představí pomocí prezentace, v čem spočívá ta jejich práce. A ten poslední oceněný projekt bude tento. Hlavním partnerem soutěže je Slovenská asociace kariérového rozvoje a poradenství a ti se rozhodli udělit speciální cenu Lize za lidská práva a IKEA Bratislava za jejich program rozvoje dovedností v rámci zaměstnanosti. Je to program pro uprchlíky, kteří žijí na Slovensku a tento program poskytuje například jazykové kurzy, kurzy o tom, jak si napsat třeba životopis, motivační dopis, kurzy o tom, jaká mají práva na Slovensku, do jakého právního rámce spadají, jak se zorientovat na slovenském trhu práce a podobně. A na konci potom toho cyklu účastníci potom se ucházejí o práci v rámci té ligy za lidská práva IKEA Bratislava a můžou se ucházet o různé pozice. To jsou tedy ti ocenění, těch 5 oceněních cenami kariérového poradenství na Slovensku. My jsme také změnili vizuál té soutěže po 30 letech. Protože jsme si řekli, že si ta soutěž zaslouží profesionálnější vizuál po tak dlouhé době. Takže jsme zvolili toto logo. Jsou tam zkombinované 2 obrazce, je tam obrazec srdce a ta provázanost v rámci kariérového poradenství. Tohle tedy byla ta naše národní cena kariérového poradenství 2021. Pokud si chcete přečíst více informací o příkladech dobré praxe, o těch vítězích nebo obecně o té soutěži, tak se podívejte na náš web. Najdete tam i video z konference, kdy jsme udělili ty ceny. A také bych chtěl pogratulovat všem vítězům z České republiky. Musím říct, že všechny ty projekty jsou velice zajímavé. A doufám, že se o svou praxi podělí třeba i na Slovensku. Musím říct, že jste odvedli skvělou práci a chci také pogratulovat Heleně a Petrovi z České republiky za to, jakou práci odvedli. Díky, že pořádáte takovéhle akce. Doufám, že se ta soutěž bude konat i nadále. Myslím, že to je obrovsky důležité. Je to důležité pro kariérové poradenství. A doufám, že ta cena bude pokračovat i dál. Moc za to děkuju. Díky moc za podporu a také za spolupráci. A já budu v té spolupráci velice rád pokračovat. Tak, doufám, že už je tady s námi Ružica. Ano, už jsem tady. Tak a teď 7 minut pro Ružicu. Chtěla bych všechny pozdravit z Bělehradu, ze Srbska. A teď s vámi budu sdílet svou prezentaci. Doufám, že ji uvidíte na obrazovce. Už všechno vidíte? Je to v pořádku? Tak, doufám, že je všechno v pořádku. Ve Srbsku už jsme udělovali ceny kariérového poradenství po 6. Udělovali jsme je na konci října. Jak už tady bylo zmíněno, říkal to Petr a Ladislav, všichni chceme propagovat organizace i jednotlivce, kteří odvádějí skvělou práci na poli kariérového poradenství. Naše soutěž oceňuje aktéry v různých odvětvích ve vzdělávání a podobně. Letos se účastnilo soutěže 15 účastníků, většinou z oblasti vzdělávání, ale i z jiných sektorů. A doufáme, že až budeme tu cenu udělovat i v dalších letech, že budeme mít ještě více uchazečů a že se budeme moci podělit o svou praxi jak v České republice, tak na Slovensku. Co je naším cílem? Hledáme příklady dobré praxe, které se snaží nějak udržitelně přispívat k navyšování dovedností a kompetencí, které zajišťují kvalitu a zároveň je možné je aplikovat i v různých jiných zemích a v jiných sektorech. To jsou projekty, které oceňujeme. Z těch 15 přihlášek, které jsme měli, naše porota, náš výbor udělal 3 ceny, 1 uznání a další čestné uznání pro 4 projekty. Teď vám řeknu, jaký je rozdíl mezi těmi jednotlivými kategoriemi. My se snažíme zdůraznit rozdíly v kvalitě, které jsou mezi těmi jednotlivými projekty. Já vám tady nejprve představím všechny ty zmiňované projekty. Začnu tedy s těmi 4 čestnými zmínkami. A to znamená, že tyto projekty měly jeden segment z té své praxe velice dobře rozvinutý. A tyto projekty tedy slouží jako příklady dobré praxe. Je to například program duálního vzdělávání na středních školách a středních odborných školách. Byla to konkrétní střední odborná škola v Kragujevci, v centrálním Srbsku. Další projekt se zaměřoval na rozvoj kariéry u znevýhodněných dětí, také z jednoho města v Srbsku. A další program na škole v Bělehradu. V Bělehradu jsme ocenili ještě další projekt, byl to mentoringový program z jedné soukromé školy v Bělehradě. Pak tam máme tu kategorii uznání. Ocenili jsme školu, která se věnuje potravinářství a chemii a oni pořádají různé aktivity, například takový veletrh na fakultách a zároveň tam zvou budoucí zaměstnavatele jejich studentů. A tohle je ta hlavní cena. například tady ten projekt Centra kariérového rozvoje na Univerzitě v Bělehradě. Oni vytvořili projekt, který se jmenuje Zoom Coffee. A na základě tohoto projektu pořádali setkání se zaměstnavateli a dalšími významnými lidmi, jako například s psychologi, s kariérovými poradci, s lidmi z různých oborů. A všechno se to dělo na Zoomu. A studenti pak měli příležitost se do těch hovorů připojit a dozvědět se různé informace z různých oborů. Dozvěděli se o různých aspektech těch sektorů, co třeba spočívá v nějakých těch povolání a podobně. V rámci těch Zoom Coffee se mohli ptát na různé věci, byli aktivními účastníky a všechno se to zároveň nahrávalo, takže si to mohli pustit studenti i třeba na YouTube potom. Druhou cenu tu získala malá nezisková organizace v jedné takové vesnici malé v severním Srbsku. Jmenuje se to Rustem a ti pořádají různé aktivity pro bilingvní studenty a studentky ze základních škol, středních škol, které zajímá věda. Takže oni se snažili propagovat vědu na jedné straně, ale zároveň poskytovali i kariérové poradenství studentkám. Bylo to zaměřené na studentky, aby je podpořili v tom, aby studovali právě vědecké obory. Publikovali také takovou brožuru, kde si můžete přečíst různé příběhy o kariéře vědkyň nebo žen, které se věnovaly vědeckým oborům. A ta třetí cena tu získal program Strong Youngsters, silní mladí lidé, kteří se zaměřuje na sociální inkluzi mladých lidí, kteří jsou ohroženi. Tento projekt už probíhá posledních 5 let a zároveň je implementován v různých městech ve Srbsku. Zároveň ho podporuje ho nadace SOS Vesniček ve Srbsku. Jsou to děti, které žijí v alternativní péči, nežijí ve svých rodinách, nežijí v těch svých původních rodinách, to znamená, že žijí buď u nějakých pečovatelů nebo v nějakých domovech. A právě pro ně je určen tento program Strong Youngsters. Tak to jenom velice stručně o našich cenách kariérového poradenství. Teď už tedy jsem přestala sdílet obrazovku a doufám, že to pro vás bylo inspirativní. Můžete to najít i na webu Euroguidance.eu v databázi příkladů dobré praxe. V následujících dnech se tedy o těchto projektech můžete dočíst další informace. Doufám, že budeme pokračovat ve spolupráci s našimi kolegy z České republiky a ze Slovenska a i z dalších center Euroguidance jiných zemí. A doufám, že budeme mít příležitost se setkat i se zástupci těch projektů a budeme moci pokračovat ve spolupráci. Chtěla bych také ještě jednou pogratulovat všem účastníkům z České republiky, kteří získali letos ocenění, a také bych chtěla poděkovat kolegům z Českého centra Euroguidance za to, že zorganizovali tuto konferenci. Doufám, že se nám podaří i ta odpolední část a že se sejdeme v některé z těch následujících částí. Tak a teď jsem tady dostal pokyn, že potřebujeme přestávku, takže si dáme zhruba 10 minut přestávku a potom budeme prezentovat projekty, které získaly hlavní cenu. Někteří z vás jsou tady ve studiu, někteří jsou připojeni online, ale teď budeme mít tedy 10 minut přestávku a potom budeme pokračovat v 11:45 a potom zase bude originál česky. Takže kdo chcete poslouchat češtinu, tak si přepněte na originál.
Welcome to the second block. We were a little bit delayed, so we are starting later. And now we will hear the presentation of 5 awards of National Career Guidance Award. So I will give the floor to the first winners. First, let's start the presentation. And you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Hello, good morning. Hello all, we are in Prague, but we want to say hello from Ostrava. My name is Silva Sládečková. I am the Director of Department of Education and Sport of the Ostrava Town Hall. This is a project that we do with my colleague, Anton Husovský. He is representing our basic partner organization within our project, which is the Moravian-Silesian Employment Pact. So, what is career counseling in Ostrava? How do we reflect on career counseling in Ostrava? The vice director that received the award together with us, she said the basic points. We think about it in a systemic manner. So how did it all start? During the pilot stage of this project in 2019, we wanted to react to the real needs on the labor market. We wanted to launch the project of career counseling at primary schools. Back then, there were discussions on it, but at the same time, the main importance was put on career counseling only at secondary schools. We thought that this might be too late, and this was the main impetus for us to launch this project. We had different experts and expert groups in Ostrava and the Ostrava region. They collaborated with us in the in 2 previous projects, and the cooperation will go on in the 3rd project. The city of Ostrava also implemented the different projects on the equal access to education. And thanks to this, we were able to create counseling centers at schools in Ostrava. Furthermore, we worked on the role of career counselors. The city has a subvention program called Talent Management at our disposal, and we allocated tens of millions of Czech crowns to the education of talented children. And within this project, the children can progress in their career. Back then, we had a strategic development plan of Ostrava for 2017. Now we see that the format of the presentation is not correct, and hopefully it will not pose a problem for you. So we did this project together. And who are those who participate in this project? First of all, it's the town or city of Ostrava, who is the coordinator of the project. And we also provide finances for career counselors at the schools. Another participant is the Moravian-Silesian Employment Pact. They provide expertise and methodological support. They also participate in the implementation of the project. And last but not least, the directors of the participating schools. In this context, I want to say that the directors from the schools are still working with us. Now we have more than 40 participating schools where they have the position of career counselors created. And the directors needed to create the right atmosphere at their schools so that the job of career counselor could be created. And then, last but not least, the career counselors themselves participate in this project. You may have met them during our local and regional conferences or other presentations. And also other teachers working at those participating schools are important part of our teams that work with the career counselors. I have described the role of the city of Ostrava in this project. In 2019, the situation was as I described it. Now we are in 2021. We have way beyond the pilot stage. I think this system of career counseling has become an integral part of curricula of primary schools in Ostrava. We have also career counselors in other schools. They have all the necessary methodological support and we cooperate with them. Another important thing, the city of Ostrava has recently adopted the development strategy for 2030, and career counseling is one of the pivotal parts of this strategy. This means that we will continue working on this project for the future, because as I have said, by this project we are changing the mindset. I have described the role of the school directors or headmasters. It was the directors of the schools who helped to make the career counselors an integral part of the school team, of the faculty of school, and they also created the right atmosphere for creating this job. And now my colleague will describe the work with career counselors at schools. Thank you. I will just speak very briefly. I am representing the Moravian Silesian Employment Pact. We analyzed the educational needs of career counselors. We assess their development, and we also ensure field visits at employers. This is what the process looks like. We provide education for career counselors, and then they give this know-how to elementary schools pupils. We provide introductory education. We also give guidance to career counselors. We create model plans for career counselors. This is necessary for the newly participating counselors. We provide other materials and library, and they can find all this information on our website. This is a handbook called Inspiromat, where career counselors can find 40 hours of exercises with pupils. It is divided by age of the students. And my last slide, these are figures of what we were able to achieve, the number of participating schools, how many pupils participated in this project. And this slide relates to field visits and at employers. You can see the different figures of participating employers, participants, etc. And in a nutshell, this very last slide, maybe we can skip this slide. And these are the people who worked on this project, and not only these ones. I would like to thank all my colleagues who have collaborated with us on a daily basis. And I would like to say hello to Eva Števková to Ostrava. She has been and still is a very important person that is very close to our heart. Thank you. And we can leave questions to the part which will be carried on at Teams. And if there are questions at Eventi, the participants can answer them via Eventi, or maybe you can connect later. So our second presentation, I would like to invite Helena Košťálová to the stage. Good afternoon. My name is Helena Košťálová. I am representing European Contact Group from Prague. I would like to introduce our project called Support to Career Counselors. Our aim was to support those who face different challenges, and by this I mean career counselors who work with youngsters, with teenagers, who are coming to the first choice of their life. So in the Czech context, these are career counselors at schools. Our project had 3 basic steps. First, we wanted to know the facts. We carried out a research which focused on the key elements affecting the choice of career, what the students see in their schools and what they lack. The second step were guidelines. We published a book with information on how career counselors can support the pupils. This publication was based on the experience of different contributors. It was also based on the outcomes of the research and on the practical experience during the COVID pandemics. That means how the new technologies were involved in education. So this is also reflected in our publication. And the last step of our project was a new tool for personal development of career counselors, which would benefit not only the career counselors themselves, but also their clients. And I will talk about this reflection later. During the preparation of this project, we based our work on our experience while we support career counselors for many years. We also based it on the international cooperation. We were lucky to participate in Erasmus Plus project called Crucial Choices on Career Choices. These were the partners participating in this project. There were colleagues from Derby, from Aarhus University in Denmark, from University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, and also from an education center in Athens. As you can see, the partners are very diverse geographically and also as sectors are concerned, because NGOs, both NGOs or universities participated, and we could leverage the variety of experience and opinions in our cooperation, and the results benefited from this variety of experience. The first stage of our project consisted in a research. We conducted it under the guidance of our colleagues from Derby University. They have focused on international research for many years. There were different steps, analysis, focus group meeting. And I would like to stop at so-called research circles. I dare say that we were the first ones in the Czech Republic to use this research method called research circles. This research technique, comes from the Nordic countries. Our colleagues from Denmark taught us this method. And this method is based on cooperation of different sectors. Different experts from the academia or practice meet, participants from the career counseling community were present, and the research is based on the real needs. And thanks to the participants from the academia, the results are drawn up. If you are interested in the research report, you may find the results on this website that you can see on the screen. You can see the full version, but also a shorter version. Then another of our outcomes was this publication that you can download for free from our website. It is available in Czech and other languages. That means in English, Danish, Spanish, and Greek, if you are interested in these language versions. This publication consists of 3 basic chapters: me and my relationship to myself, second, me and my environment, and third chapter, me and the world. You find information on the work with colleagues, with parents, or green counseling, philosophy counseling, working with new technologies or information. These are all the topics involved in this publication. As we are already experienced or used to, we wanted to make it very accessible for everyone. So this publication is interactive. You find contributions from our partners from the above-mentioned countries. And the last part is the critical reflection. This is a tool to make you think about your personal context, the way of working, and critical thinking of the way you do your work. It makes you think whether you should or could work in a different manner. You can see an excerpt from the book so that you have an idea of the form of critical reflection and how it is described in our book. In some chapters you find theoretical information about the critical reflection and how to use it. But then we added also practical examples. And the examples are twofold. First, there are notes on the margin of the page that just summarize and sum up the information provided on the page. And then you find questions that are highlighted with a light torch icon. What we wanted to do is that the reader is not only passive and just read the fact and consume it without further thinking, but we wanted to make the reader anchor the information into their work life and work world, and how the information they read relates to their real life. So you will find this in each chapter. This is my last slide. I wanted to ask all of you who are interested in our project to reach out to us. You find our website here. You can find us on social media. Follow us and we will be very happy to answer your questions later on. You can also find our YouTube channel website here. One of the outcomes of our project was a big online conference, and all our lectures are recorded, and you can watch them on YouTube. You can watch the presentations of the colleagues from European Contact Group or our partners from abroad there. And I will be very happy to answer your questions.
That was really nice. If there are any questions in Eventy, we'll let you know. My colleagues will let me know, or later on you can ask your questions in Teams. The next project will be presented by Lucie. I'll ask you for the presentation. Thank you. Hello everyone. Hello again. I greet you again. I would like to thank again for the award. I would like to tell you a few words about our common project that is called Ask Your Career Counselor. And you ask and we answer online your questions. What is it? It's a 60-minute webinar that was created based on our need to respond to the current problems that the job seekers are facing at the labor market. The webinar was for free because we really wanted to make it accessible for everyone and also from any place in the world. There was a group of people who sent us questions even before registering to the online webinar. And who asked? It was the society. So anyone, any citizen who was either a job seeker or was thinking about changing their job. But we also gave some space to professionals from different fields. For example, HR specialists, and a lot of them were interested in career counseling topics, and some of them were even thinking about starting their career path as a career counselor. And the last part was focused on career counselors, and anyone could ask us questions about the start of our job as career counselors, what were our experiences with the work of different target groups, and who is answering the questions. It may be clear, even from the presentation of our activity, it was always me and Petra. So me, Lucie Václavková, and my colleague Petra Drahoniovská. And what was interesting is that we were never at the same room. We never met in person. We were really far away from each other because Petra was at the other hemisphere in Mexico, and we managed, even under those circumstances. Even some of our participants were from abroad, not only from the Czech Republic. Some people connected from Australia because they were looking for a job there. So I must say this activity was very wide. And how it worked. The people who had questions already asked their questions at the beginning when they were joining the webinar, and we wanted to attribute the same space to everyone. And it was true that some of the questions needed some preparation. So in order for us to give them a good quality answers, we needed to have the questions beforehand. We either answered live or later on. Some of the participants can also comment on the answers and ask some more questions during the webinar. We started last year, we continue this year, and we've had 6 parts of the webinar so far. To imagine a specific outcome, we calculated all the figures and we found out that there were 135 participants. We answered over 60 questions, that means 10 to 12 per each webinar. And the outcome was that we made the webinars public. All the questions were made anonymous because we didn't want to interfere into the private life of our participants. And we made all the outcomes available online. And thanks to that, another 1,800 participants could see later on the webinars online. And this is how it looked like. We answered the questions, both of us, and how we did it. One of us asked the question and the other one answered, and then we switched roles. We gave people our perspective and also the opinion of the other one. So the opinion of both of us, because each of us has a different background, different experience, and I think it really widened the horizons of all of our participants. And it showed us that each career counselor is a little bit different. Each counselor has different experience, different perspective, and that is what made it very interesting for the participants. Each of us, for example, works with different target groups, and that offered more variety to the participants. As I've mentioned, we published the results. We made them available to large public. You can find them on the website www.zeptejseparace.cz. You can watch all the webinars there. There is more information about the project. You can see the questions there, and you can download some more materials that we mentioned during the webinars. If you want to listen or watch the webinar, you can listen to it as a podcast as well, which is quite popular nowadays. And we also published the episodes on YouTube, and you can see this had a huge impact because right now there are about 800 views or over 1,000 views. So even more people could see the webinar. What were the most frequent questions? I tried to summarize these. Each webinar is different, but some of the questions repeated. Very often people asked how to switch or how to move to a different field, how to change their job. During the pandemic, a lot of people lost their jobs, and then the people didn't only ask about how to find a job, but how to change the field they were working in. This was very important, especially with regard to the current situation, and we wanted to support them in the change of the field of their work. The topic of money was very important as well. As career counselors, we usually do not highlight that much, but it's true that it was important during the webinars, during courses, and people very often asked about the financial aspect. Another important topic is the self-presentation, especially when people are moving to a different field. How should I explain that? I come back, for example, from abroad. I haven't been working for some time. I'm changing the field of my work. How should I present that? And another topic is that some people want to work in more fields. How should they do that? We also had examples of specific situations of the labor market, which fields are popular, where do you need more people, etc., etc. We also told people how to become a career counselor, what to do, whether to be a freelancer or are under an organization. And we agreed with Petra that we will do one webinar for career counselors. It was published last week on Friday, and you'll be able to watch it this week either on YouTube or it will be available on our website as well. We are very happy that our so-called garage project has won such a prize, and it had much greater impact in the end to what we had expected. A lot of our clients tell us that the opportunity to taste our services and to learn how we work is the reason for them to use the services of a career counselor. And that is why I think that even nowadays it is very important to speak about our job, to give people opportunity to try our services, to see how they look like, to present ourselves on social media and other platforms, and to show everyone how our work looks like. We should also share experience. Thank you very much, and I will pass the floor to the next one. We will now switch to the studio. I think we have two more presenters there, and I hope there is Richard Nevšímal. So if Richard is there, yes, I am here. And please be brief, under 8 minutes ideally. I will share my screen with the presentation. Can you see my presentation? Yes? Thank you again. I would like to briefly tell you about our project. How did we start? What was the original situation? I'm the head of the department of the counseling center at the University of Chemistry and Technology in Prague. It's quite a small university, but it's of high quality, of high technology level. What is important is to tell you about the general situation of career counseling at universities. You might expect that students at universities know better what will their career look like. Sorry, there was a sound interruption. Sorry, there are some technical problems. We cannot hear the sound. We are trying to see the presentation in the full screen mode. Can you see it now? Okay, it seems it works. At universities, you usually choose a specific field of study, but unfortunately, you may have noticed that some students are totally confused, and in the majority of cases, they choose their field of study based on the subjects they liked at secondary schools, and they are not well aware of their career choice at this stage. There are many problems at a lot of schools that we register, and students perceive all the problems connected to career as very remote. They are just somewhere far at the future, but unfortunately what happens is that at the end of their studies, the students start to panic because they realize they do not know what to do. As a career guidance center, we have a specific mode of functioning. Those models are different in different institutions of the Czech Republic. And what we are trying to do is that we want to achieve sustainable studies of the whole process from the beginning when they choose the field of study through the social and academic integration towards the end. During their studies, there may be some integration courses and other services that we provide, and we offer a broad spectrum of services for the whole cycle of the studies. This is the crucial part of our services. Throughout the last years, we usually worked with about 2,000 students a year, which is about half of the students of the whole school. And this approach has been very successful so far because we approach students from different directions, not only as career counselors. And that's why we can provide career counseling through other activities. It can be, for example, psychological counseling or legal counseling or tutoring, mentoring, etc., etc. And what are the meetings about? Meetings of the university career centers. It has already happened several times in the past years. Masaryk University started with this meeting in 2018. This was the main trigger of the whole idea. At that time, they told us very important information. They provided their know-how. The Czech Agricultural University took over later on, and in 2020 it was the Mining University of Ostrava. And we focused on specific kinds of products or approaches or efforts, how to advise other universities in this field. The current situation is that career centers are usually one of the youngest departments. The oldest career center is at the University of Economics, but it's still very young compared to other departments. The situation at universities is very diverse. Some departments are considered as serious partners, but unfortunately this is very exceptional. They are usually somewhere far away from the other departments. They are not financed enough. There are just a few people employed at the department who cannot really achieve their goals because there are very few of them. That's why there is even a greater need for those meetings because we need to share this know-how and this experience. And that know-how involves the design of the services and other aspects. And through those meetings, we can get closer to our goals. What was the aim of the meeting in 2021? We wanted to do the big step forward. The most important point was the specification of the targets, how to continue with the strategic thinking, and more specifically, how to achieve the goals, practical goals, sharing our views that overlap within the universities, and we can move on closer to a golden standard. Other topics that we wanted to make even more visible are connected to the interconnectability of the services that we provide. Another important topic was close cooperation with the student management. That is something that we appreciate, and we consider this a very important part of the work of career centers at universities, because via cooperation with student management, student committees, we can achieve very important decisions. They are one of our main partners within the university. But very often this is a very demanding task. Another step was the integration within the Association of University Councillors. That involves career counseling from its definition, but this platform of career centers of universities avoided this association, and that's what we were trying to change. We wanted to be integrated in the association of the university councillors. And the last topic was to include some topics inside and outside of the universities. How did we proceed? We divided those topics into different groups. The first one was analysis of problems and trends that included counseling, relations with companies, education, development services. We defined what are the problems, what are the trends, what are the obstacles, and out of those meetings, we created certain analyses. We were trying to look for what we have in common and what are the most common obstacles within our services. The outcomes were as expected, and I'm very glad we reached those outcomes. And that was that what is missing, the career centers, has certain parameters that we can work on mutually. We also learned that it is important to grow within the area college ready. We also learned what competencies are important to finish the university studies. That was one of the most important points, and this helped us also during the later stage, because if students get the competencies to finish their studies, we can be those who help them later on, and later on they can seek our services within their career. And unfortunately, the career development is still stigmatized, especially at the university environment. At university, students have usually a lot of work, and the career services are somewhere at the end of their priorities.
Another common denominator is the need of conceptual approach and a new framework in the student's journey. We need to have a roadmap of the student's study plan, and over the years the students should receive the services they need. Also, services for companies. These needed to be developed further. Especially students needed to understand these services for companies. In the past, they were only unilateral. That means we mediated the contact between the employer and our students. But lately, it has been evident that companies also need to hear from us what the students are like and what are their capacities. And one last point that I would describe is that this cooperation is omnipresent. Then we also created a working group. We worked on our visual identity. We consider it an important step of our platform towards sovereignty and our ability to act on our own behalf. Mediation of negotiations between the Chamber of Students of universities and Association of Career Counselors was an important step forward. They created and drawn up a memorandum. This was a very important step for us. So these two entities started to cooperate. That means the student chamber of universities and the career counselor associations, and further cooperation will go on. But the meeting was not the last step. We continued representing or presenting the common points. We presented within the conference of the Ministry of Education, and also we presented at the conference of student senates, where we promoted our services towards the student senators. So we work on promoting what we have done. In the pipeline are also plans for the media presence, and also we want to draw up a strategic document summarizing the points I have mentioned, but these points are only a fraction of our work. Also, networking was part of our activities. We also organized a visit to our school brewery. And that's all from my part. I would like to thank all the participating universities who take part actively in meetings. I would like to thank you for your attention and for the award. And we believe that this is not the last time that we will see you at the Euroguidance platform. Thank you. Thank you. And I hope that everyone was it was interesting for everyone. Now, for the last presentation, if we have representatives of Vysočina Education. So now the different groups and teams have been launched, have been opened. So you may meet each other at teams, groups. The block of groups will ensue after this block. You will find the rooms at Eventi. Some of you were invited directly to the team's rooms. You have received invitation via email. And if you are a participant, check our Eventi app in the section with information. You will find guidelines for the block between 12:30 and 13. During this time, there should be 6 informal groups. One of them is in English. It's the 6th one, the last one. And if you are in those rooms, you should know what is the objective of the rooms. You should debate about the awarded contributions, or also the contributions that only applied for this award. In these groups, you should share your experience, or you can use your presentations. So the idea is that you meet with each other and exchange your experience. So you may enter the rooms now, but at the same time, if you wish, you can stay here with us for the last presentation and enter those rooms only after this last presentation. You will also find different contributions in the respective rooms. But now I will give the floor to the last representatives, and hopefully let's meet in the team's rooms. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Milena Dolejska from Vysočina Education Project. I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see it in full screen? I have already clicked on the button. Now I have chosen the incorrect window. Okay, so one last time. I may not be successful in sharing the presentation with you. I'm unable to click the right window, so maybe I won't be able to share the presentation. If I exit the screen, I am unable to share it again. So now what? I'm sorry. I'm unable. So now we will give the floor to the direction. So maybe I will disconnect and connect again. Thank you. So now I would like to invite all the participants to the teams groups. Before the last presentation starts, I would like to ask the 13 applicants who received an award to enter one of the team's or 70 rooms. In Eventee, go to information section. There should be a tab called Guidelines for 12:30-13 block. It should be a lunch break. We will have a lunch break after that. And if you are not hungry, you can stay in the rooms until 1:30 p.m. The Teams groups are open over the whole lunch break. Some of the jury members will also participate in these groups, and we want to bring all the participants together in one place. So, meet each other. You will find one of the moderators, and if there are no moderators, you can start to moderate the debate. It's an open and free space. You may share your presentation, you can ask whatever you want, and you can exchange experience as if you were in a fair, at a fair. If you are from Europe, from other countries, you may enter the room number 6, where Veronika Motlova and her presentation should be visible there. And you will find Czech participants who speak English there. I mean, in room number 6. The other rooms will be only in Czech. So if you are unable to be here in the studio, just use the online tool. And at 13:30, after the lunch break, we will have 4 guests from abroad at panel debate, and then we will have a discussion with 3 Czech school directors. So now my question to the direction here: did we manage to solve the problems with sharing the presentation? Okay, so now we will start with the presentation. This is the last presentation. I will give the floor back to Milena Dolejska. So now I see research and education on the screen. So you have the floor and you may start the presentation. Thank you for your help. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you in Prague, but looking out of the window with the snow and the white landscape, I'm happy that I don't have to drive from here to Prague. Thank you once again for giving us the award. We are very happy for this. I have contacted our director in Finland. He was also very, very happy. So maybe we'll have a drink to celebrate. What is Vysočina Education? It is an association of the Vysočina region. Its aim is to provide further education to workers in education. There are only 12 people working in our association. We have our center in Jihlava, in the capital of the region. There are only 2 project managers, which is me and my colleague. My name is Milena Dolejska, and now I would like to present what we have done and what we received the award for. So here in this presentation, on this screen, you see the development of our work. We were created in 2008, and we start with career choice. Then we worked on different other topics until we arrived to the current situation, where we don't think of career counseling not as only a career choice, but we also provide further services. And I will enter into detail later on. On this slide you see the forms of our work, how we work in this field. Career counseling is one of our priorities. We have different priorities, but career counseling has been our priority for many years. We have found many partners, both in the Czech Republic and abroad, and we are working mostly on projects. We have a lot of margin of work in projects, so that's why we focus on this type of work. Here you can see description of the results of our work. We created a handbook, which may not be topical nowadays. It would need to be updated. We created also glossaries of professional fields. Also, labor offices still use these glossaries while working with the unemployed. And also, we organized an internship in Heidenheim in maternity schools. The link is not active anymore, but I will provide you with the updated one. This internship was very interesting. No, this visit to Heidenheim was very interesting because we saw how career counselors work with preschool children so that they know what career they can carry out in future life. So this is the main part, our application. It was focused on implementing of career counseling system at elementary schools. Not only we created materials, but also an algorithm to implement career counseling at primary schools. We draw inspirations from Austria. They have a special system of career counseling at primary schools there, and it contains a complex approach to career counseling at elementary schools. And we wanted to bring this to elementary schools here in our regions. We were looking for partners to implement this project. We have worked on this with long-term partners. It is the European Contact Group from Prague, and we implemented and we launched this project. We chose 5 schools, each in one district, and started to work with the director. When the director is convinced about the benefits, the project goes on very smoothly. Each director chose 2 directors, career guidance coordinators. They were trained, they received a training, which is also an important part, because these coordinators need to know a little bit more about career counseling. The thing is that nowadays at schools, career counseling equals career choice without any further services, so this was a very important step. Then these steps were followed by auditing of career counseling at different schools. That means the different services or activities within the framework of career counseling. And based on that, each school received a plan or a SWOT analysis where each school saw their strengths and opportunities to improve. Then the schools received a complex plan based on the framework education plan for all the 9 years of education, with detailed information about the different activities within the framework of career counseling. The schools also received methodological documents for every field and every area of activities. Maybe I can share with you these materials later with you so that you have an overall idea. Then evaluation or follow-up audit followed. That means we assessed the implementation of these plans. What was the situation at the schools? Career guidance coordinators tried to implement the outcomes of this project, but they were unable to implement them on themselves. They had to cooperate with other teachers, and these teachers realized that career guidance is not something isolated. It's not an isolated activity, but that it is quite the opposite. That it is a cross-cutting activity across all the subjects. What I want to highlight is that also the relevant entities really like this project. That means the cities or the regions also participate in this project. The older schools who participated in this project became mentors for the new schools. And in this context, I can say that in our region, the interest in career counseling and career guidance has increased incredibly. I was very surprised by this increase. I see that I am running out of time, so I want to thank you once again for giving us the award. I want to thank the European Contact Group from Prague for cooperation. Maybe I can share with you in the last few moments the key material that we drawn up. I will try to share it with you. Can okay, I will leave it to the Teams room. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we managed to see this presentation. You will find it in the Avanti app. And now the lunch break starts. You may join the Teams room. There are 6 rooms. One is very lively and the rest of them are not so active. So if you are in one of the rooms and there is no one there, try to switch between the rooms and find the one where the discussion is ongoing. You may choose one of the 6 rooms and 6 links that you have received. You can find the links in the information section. You will find guidelines for online affair. You can chat in the rooms until 13:30. You can enter a room with lively discussion, or you can just meet another person in another room. So we will meet here again for the afternoon session that starts at 13:30, and the round table will start at 13:30. The round table will be in English, so don't forget to switch either to the translated stream or the original stream. Thank you and see you at 13:30.
Hello again, good afternoon. I hope you had at least a short break during the lunch break, and I could see that some of you have met each other in the Teams group, so I'm glad that this worked well. And now we will need your interaction, because in a few moments I will ask our online speakers to connect. Everyone is ready. And there is space for your questions in the app Eventee. It's right next to the window, and you can just type your question there or your idea, your comment. So I will ask you to use this function during the roundtable, because we can then use it, not against you, but of course that we can use it in favor of career guidance. Let me welcome our speakers at the roundtable. Já to budu moderovat anglicky. Tenhle blog bude anglicky. Doufám, že teď jsou všichni účastníci v té správné části. Originál teď bude anglicky a budeme to tlumočit do češtiny. Takže si teď všichni, prosím, najděte ten správný jazyk, který chcete poslouchat. První kulatý stůl tedy bude v angličtině. Takže teď od 11:30 do 14:45 budeme mít první kulatý stůl v angličtině a potom budeme mít další kulatý stůl a podělíme se o vize rozvoje z pohledu škol s řediteli škol, kteří jsou přítomni zde. Chci tedy pozdravit Ronalda, Dorian, Mihaje a Ivu. Nejprve budete mít každý svou krátkou prezentaci, představíte se, představíte své nápady, všechno, co se týká kulatého stolu, který je na téma rozvoj kariérového vzdělávání v Evropě a také v České republice. Tak můžete začít. Mám začít, Petře? Ano, ano. A můžete sdílet svou prezentaci. Dobře. Tak, doufám, že už vidíte mé slajdy. Ano, vidíme. Všechny zdravím. Jsem Ronald Sultána z Univerzity na Maltě. Už pracuji v oblasti kariérového vzdělávání a poradenství asi 30 let. Věnuji se hlavně kariérovým dovednostem, ale také kariérovému vzdělávání, které považuji za takové širší téma, pod které spadají i ty další oblasti. V oblasti kariérového vzdělávání pracuji v rámci evropské sítě, evropské strategie a my se snažíme hledat příklady dobré praxe, věnujeme se peer learningu a také se snažíme sdílet informace, které získáváme na různých úrovních. Předáváme také zajímavou praxi a dobrou praxi dalším institucím. Tak, já budu mít teď asi 20-minutovou prezentaci. A tam jsem se snažil začlenit 5 hlavních bodů v rámci kariérového vzdělávání, ke kterým jsme došli v Evropě. To je těch 5 hlavních bodů, které chci zdůraznit. A mám tam 5 takových hlavních myšlenek. Samozřejmě jich existuje mnohem více, ale těchto 5 hlavních myšlenek nám může provázet kariérovým vzděláváním. Ta první zní poměrně jednoduše, kariérové vzdělávání je důležité. A já si skutečně myslím, že kariérové vzdělávání je důležité, protože to může být zdrojem naplnění v našich životech a kariérové vzdělávání nás připravuje právě na život. A vzdělávání nám pomáhá kriticky reflektovat to, co děláme v průběhu života. A přesně z tohoto důvodu je kariérové vzdělávání velmi důležité. Vzdělání není jen k tomu, abychom se naučili podnikat a vydělávat peníze, ale je tady i další význam, protože potřebujeme mít v životě nějaký smysl, musíme být schopni se propojovat s ostatními a mít v životě něco, co nás baví. My vytrácíme v práci spoustu času a pokud tam nejsme spokojení, tak to může mít dopad na spoustu oblastí v našem životě. Je tedy logické předpokládat, že vzdělávací instituce, ať už se věnují mladším nebo starším lidem, se budou zaměřovat právě na práci, abychom v ní dokázali najít smysl a abychom potom mohli cítit naplnění během té práce. A přesně z tohoto důvodu je kariérové vzdělávání velice důležité. Tady u každého toho sdělení mám takové ale. To je ta pravá část. To je ta kritická reflexe daného tématu. I když je kariérové vzdělávání důležité, je důležité se ptát proč. Co tady předpokládáme? Předpokládáme, že mladí lidé nemyslí snad na práci, nebo že s ní nemají žádné zkušenosti? A co se skrývá za tou konkrétní prací? Jaká máme očekávání? Možná, že to jsou určité problémy na ekonomické úrovni, které se řeší jen velice často a my potom tyhle problémy přenášíme i na mladé lidi a předpokládáme, že nemají dostatečné kariérové vzdělávání, je tam určitý nedostatek. Já jsem samozřejmě pro kariérové vzdělávání v rámci vzdělávacího systému, ale důležité je ptát se i, proč se na ně klade takový důraz. To nám může pomoci vyhnout se tomu, abychom redukovali vzdělávání pouze na takový utilitaristický pohled. Druhá myšlenka je, že život ve škole je vzdělávání, které se týká práce, pro práci, o práci. Důležité je uvědomit si, že my děláme ve školách i spoustu dalších věcí. My se tam socializujeme. Studenti se vidí s ostatními studenti, my je podporujeme, aby mohli být motivovaní, aby mohli tvrdě pracovat a podobně. Takže vůbec díky té zkušenosti každodenního vzdělávání už připravujeme děti na práci. A jak řekl jeden americký filozof, škola není příprava na život, škola je život samotný. A co tím chtěl říct? Náš vzdělávací systém a způsob, jakým je organizován, tak už tím připravujeme naše děti na život. Jde tady o tu zkušenost, že vůbec chodíme do té školy. Jde tady o tu samotnou zkušenost s dospělým životem. A ten filozof chtěl, aby školy propagovaly klíčové hodnoty. Ten filozof se jmenoval Dewey a kladl důraz na hodnoty jako smysl pro povinnost a podobně. Ale máme tam zase to ale. Je důležité se ptát, na jaký druh práce nás škola připravuje. Je důraz kladen na spolupráci nebo spíše na soutěživost? Máme určitou motivaci vnitřně danou, anebo nás připravuje na to dělat nesmyslnou práci? Připravuje nás na to, abychom se podřizovali autoritám, nebo nás připravuje na to, abychom byli aktivními občany i v kontextu práce? To je tedy ta druhá hlavní myšlenka, kterou je důležité si uvědomit. Na jaký druh práce připravujeme děti ve školách? Třetí hlavní myšlenka je s tím propojená. Kariérové vzdělávání musí děti aktivně zapojit. A to v kontextu práce taková, jaká je. musí představit práci dětem tak, jak skutečně vypadá, jak to v ní skutečně funguje. Představit jim různé typy práce, které fungují ve prospěch občanům. Musíme zdůraznit určité historické aspekty, abychom nebrali jako samozřejmost některé věci, které jsme si vybojovali, jako třeba placenou dovolenou. Dále musíme zdůrazňovat možnosti růstu a i další věci, se kterými se v práci setkáváme. V historii jsme museli bojovat za spoustu věcí, třeba aby ženy měly stejná práva jako muži. Když se tedy bavíme o práci a když připravujeme kurikula, tak musíme být upřímní a ukázat, čeho jsme dosáhli v minulosti. V čím zájmu ta práce je a v čím zájmu není. Za posledních 150 let od průmyslové revoluce jsme dosáhli spoustu věcí, ale můžeme o ně zase snadno přijít, pokud o to nebudeme dále bojovat, o ta lidská práva, rovnost pohlaví a podobně. Musíme tedy o tom mluvit, o tom, jak to je, ale zároveň bychom měli do toho začlenit i to, jaké by to mohlo být, aby měli mladí lidé i naději. Jak by mohla být ta práce zorganizována tak, aby dávala třeba větší smysl. Musíme zdůraznit, jak to vypadalo v historii, tak jak to vypadá v různých zemích. V některých zemích se podařilo díky demokratickým vládám získat práva pro pracující a tím pádem mají větší šanci, že budou cítit, že jsou naplnění z té práci. To je veliký úspěch demokratických experimentů, který se snaží lidi více zapojit a lidé pak dosáhnou důstojnosti, kterou si zaslouží jako lidské bytosti. Do toho patří i koncepty jako flexikurita a další aspekty, třeba i ekologické alternativy. O tom všem musíme mluvit. Musíme studentům říkat, jak to skutečně existuje, ale zároveň musíme dát naději a říkat, jak by to mohlo být, jak by to mohlo fungovat v práci. V současné době máme některé činnosti, které jsou spíš takové nesmyslné, bezvýznamné. Existuje mnoho takových pracovních pozic. A my musíme zajistit, aby ta práce byla naplňující. Čtvrtá hlavní myšlenka, kterou jsme získali v rámci toho kariérového vzdělávání v Evropě, je ta, že mnoho lidí, mnoho institucí a politiků se snaží zajistit, aby bylo kariérové vzdělávání součástí kurikula. To je dobré, pokud je to součástí kurikula, pokud tam máte takové předměty, různé sociální vědy, jazyky, divadelní vědy. To nám může pomoci v mnoha aspektech práce. A opět se na to můžeme podívat historicky. V sociálních vědách provedli spoustu experimentů, kde zkoumali, jakým způsobem funguje organizace práce. V jazycích se věnovali zase třeba hledání práce, to, jak se prezentovat a podobně, co vám může pomoci. Ale já jsem vysledoval mezinárodně, nejen v Evropě, že když je každý odpovědný za své kariérové vzdělávání, tak vlastně nikdo za něj odpovědný není. Potom dojde k přetížení kariérového vzdělávání ve škole, je toho až moc, máte až moc předmětů, které jsou hodně nabité. A když je toho až moc, tak z toho vlastně nemáte nic. Často zjišťujeme, že to kariérové vzdělávání nefunguje úplně správně v mnoha zemích. Kromě těch případů, kdy ti konkrétní učitelé na tom opravdu pracují, věnují se tomu velice podrobně a kvalitně. Já bych tedy řekl, že by to měl být takový více udržitelný předmět. Buď by to měl být samostatný předmět, nebo by mohl být integrován do nějakého osobnostního vzdělávání, společenských věd. Takhle by to mohlo být v tom kurikulu opravdu praktické, protože by to potom mohlo zajistit, že obsah toho vzdělávání skutečně projde až ke studentům, že bude skutečně praktický. Kurikulum se bude moci zorganizovat podle vize Jeroma Brunera. To znamená, že to bude jako taková pavoučí síť a bude se to vlastně ten rozvoj těch studentů točit přímo kolem nich. Já bych byl skutečně velice rád, kdyby ten předmět byl opravdu udržitelný. To by měla být ta hlavní myšlenka. A ta pátá myšlenka, kterou jsem si pro vás připravil, je tato. Učitelé a kariéroví poradci toho mají hodně co nabídnout. Mají specializované vědomosti, specializované dovednosti a někteří lidé se věnovali v rámci vzdělávání skutečně kariérovému poradenství, takže v tom tématu mají expertízu, vědí, o čem mluví, byli k tomu vyškoleni a to je asi nejlepší způsob, jak se učit, když si to všechno zároveň prakticky zkoušíte. To je asi nejúčinnější způsob učení. Učitelé a kariéroví poradci nám toho tedy mohou hodně nabídnout a zároveň se snaží vždy jednat v zájmu studentů. Většinou jsou hodně feministicky orientovaní a v našem zájmu je, aby skutečně studenti sledovali svůj zájem, abychom je vedli ve vlastním zájmu, abychom dokázali ukočírovat to kurikulum a to, jak se jim posouvají studenti. Ale zase tady máme to ale. Jsme efektivnější, když spolupracujeme, když existují určitá partnerství. Potřebujeme tedy naději a partnerství. A proč? Musíme si přiznat, že ve škole je mnoho osob, které třeba mají omezené povědomí o tom, jak funguje trh práce. Někteří lidé tedy toho mohou hodně nabídnout, ale ne všichni dokážou pojmout vše, co se děje na trhu práce, veškerý vývoj a podobně. Proto je naše zkušenost s různými druhy práce omezená. Máme třeba zkušenost se 2-3 typy práce jako učitelé a proto je důležité, abychom si rozšířili obzory, abychom rozšířili celé to kurikulum a vytvořili takovou vědomostní základnu, do které bychom začlenili i partnery. S těmi bychom mohli spolupracovat. Myslím, že to vidíme všude v Evropě. Učitelé a kariéroví poradci mohou zvát zástupce třeba veřejných služeb do školy nebo různé profesionály, zástupce různých sektorů, kteří mohou studentům říci, s čím se mohou potýkat na trhu práce, s jakými překážkami. Považují tedy kolegy z veřejné správy za partnery v rámci kurikula. Existuje několik modelů, v rámci kterých je zvou do škol. Mohou buď mluvit se studenty o tom, jak to funguje na úřadech, ve veřejných službách. To je jeden z těch modelů, ale v Evropě těch modelů existuje ještě mnohem více. Ti partneři mohou být i zaměstnavatele. Když si vybíráte zaměstnavatele, tak si dávejte pozor na to, koho přivedete do školy, aby to byl ideálně třeba nějaký ředitel, nějaký vedoucí, který respektuje práva pracujících, který je spravedlivý, který skutečně dodržuje principy zaměstnanosti a který je dobrým příkladem pro všechny studenty. Takoví zaměstnavatelé mohou být i skutečně velice inspirativní. Například můžete podporovat rovnost pohlaví tak, že budete zvát ředitelky firem. To je také jeden příklad. Tím můžete i motivovat dívky, že uvidí, že mohou být i ředitelkami. Co je důležité na kariérovém vzdělávání, je i to, že my hodně zdůrazňujeme to, co dělají zaměstnavatele, ale už ne tolik, co dělají zaměstnanci, což je zvláštní. A my bychom tedy do toho měli zapojit i odbory. Možná si říkáte, že to je politické, ale ať uděláme cokoliv, tak je to vždy politické, ať už ty odbory pozvete, jejich zástupce, anebo ne. A ti nám také mohou přinést autentický pohled na to, jak vypadá pracovní zkušenost. Jak vypadá trh práce, protože oni zase mají jinou zkušenost. A jsem si jistý, že existují i jiní partneři. Já jsem tady ale chtěl zdůraznit, že i naši rodiče jsou našimi partnery. A to hlavně ve společnostech, kterým říkáme kolektivistické společnosti, tam je rodičovská autorita velice důležitá, takže i rodiče musíme zapojit do kariérového vzdělávání, abychom zajistili, že bude existovat soulad mezi tím, co se děje ve škole, ve třídách a mezi tím, jaké informace dostávají žáci od rodičů. A i to potom může vést k mnohem efektivnějšímu naplňování toho kurikula. To je tedy těch 5 hlavních myšlenek. Tady je má e-mailová adresa, kde byste mě chtěli kontaktovat. Já se zabývám tímto tématem po celé Evropě a pokud byste mi chtěli napsat nebo zjistit více informací, tak se mi určitě ozvěte. Moc děkuji. Děkuji, Ronalde. Zůstaň prosím s námi. A ještě požádám opět účastníky v eventy, aby nám napsali nějaké dotazy. A teď už předávám slovo Dorian, což je moje kolegyně z Euroguidance z Malty.
Dobré odpoledne. Já jenom připravím prezentaci. Vidíte prezentaci? Ano, vidíme. Takže všechno funguje. Tak já se nejprve představím. Jmenuji se Darian Gravina. Pracuji ve oblasti školství na Maltě. Svou kariéru jsem začala jako učitelka a poté jsem se začala věnovat kariérovému poradenství. V současnosti se zaměřuji na dohled nad kariérovým poradenstvím na celé Maltě. Má působnost pokrývá státní školy, to znamená základní školy i střední školy, ale na Maltě máme i nezávislé školy a církevní školy. Takže jak jsem říkala, já jsem zodpovědná za státní školy. Mám radost, že se s vámi dnes mohu podělit o to, co děláme na Maltě. Budu hovořit o studentech, kterým je od 8 do 15 či 16 let. A budu o nich hovořit jako o studentech mezi 4. a 11. ročníkem. Tak to probíhá u nás na Maltě. Nejprve vám krátce popíšu, co myslíme nebo co chápeme pod termínem kariérového vzdělávání. Tato definice pochází od organizace EEGEPN. Co tedy chápeme pod termínem kariérové vzdělávání? To znamená, že studenti rozvíjejí své dovednosti, potřebné schopnosti, znalosti a správný přístup k tomu, aby dokázali zvládat své vzdělávání a kariéru, a to jak ve škole, tak i poté, co školní docházku opustí. Kariérové vzdělávání by mělo studentům a žákům dát možnost analyzovat, syntetizovat a organizovat své kariérové vzdělávání. Cílem je, aby studenti pochopili, jaký je smysl a vlivy, které je ovlivňují. Také, aby zpracovávali a prozkoumávali informace o vzdělávání, také příležitosti, které mají pro vzdělávání a práci, aby se učili o možných transformacích a také jim je upozorňujeme na význam soustavného vzdělávání během celého života. Připravili jsme několik dokumentů, které vedou naši práci. A zde hovořím také o zákonu o vzdělávání, který poskytuje legální nebo právní základ pro kariérové vzdělávání ve školách. Pak máme další politiky, které měly významný dopad na to, jak realizujeme v současnosti kariérové vzdělávání. Nejdůležitější z nich jsou zásady kariérového vzdělávání ve škole. Tyto zásady vedly ke zahájení a zapojení kariérového vzdělávání jako jednoho z předmětů v našich školách, jak o tom hovořil můj kolega pan profesor Sultana. Rovněž to vedlo k zavedení kariérového vzdělávání jako samostatné služby a oddělení od poradenství. A tato nová politika také vedla k náboru zaměstnanců, kteří mají odborné znalosti v oblasti kariérového vzdělávání. Bohužel nemám dost času, abych vám popsala právě tuto oblast naší práce. V této prezentaci hovořím o tom, jak realizujeme kariérové vzdělávání na maltských školách. Využíváme smíšený modelový přístup. Za prvé se to dělí do různých oblastí, do různých předmětů. Osobní rozvoj, sociální rozvoj, jak jsem říkala, tak já jsem svou kariéru zahájila jako učitelka osobního a sociálního vývoje, to je předmět, který u nás vyučujeme, ale následně se tento předmět změnil tak, aby do svého názvu zahrnoval i právě ten prvek kariér. Také máme práci, která se zabývá mnoha vzdělávacími programy, jak o tom hovořil pan profesor Sultana, to znamená, hovoříme o tom v sociálních vědách a v dalších předmětech a také vyučujeme schopnosti potřebné pro kariéru, to znamená kreativitu, týmovou práci a tak dále. A všechny tyto aktivity jsou rozděleny do různých časových harmonogramů. To znamená, máme kariérové poradce, kteří připravují program a v rámci nějž probíhá poradenství mezi jedním poradcem a jedním studentem a tak dále. Dvě hlavní oblasti, to znamená kurikulální obsah a také to samotné poradenství, tak v nich máme zaměstnané kvalifikované učitele, kvalifikovaný personál. To jsou učitelé právě těch vývojových předmětů. Mají magisterský titul a specializují se na vzdělávání osobního a sociálního rozvoje. V rámci univerzitních studií mají také jeden modul, kde se učí, jak studentům a žákům předávat právě to kariérové poradenství. Rovněž máme i kariérové poradce, kteří jsou kvalifikovaní a ti mají buď magisterské vzdělání, anebo doktorské vzdělávání. A právě tito učitelé organizují různé události na školách. Často také učí předměty a právě proto jsou lidmi, s nimiž mají žáci první kontakt, co se týče kariérního rozvoje. Proto tito učitelé studentům poskytují kariérní rady a další vývoj. Krátce vám popíšu ten rozvoj osobních, sociálních a kariérních schopností, dovedností. To vše se odráží v naší metodologii, který se zakládá na metodologickém diskurzu. Používáme zde různé prvky. Nejprve jsou malé třídy, v nich by nemělo být více než 16 žáků. Studenti v rámci těchto tříd komunikují mezi sebou, vidí na sebe, sedí do kroužku a proto je pro ně jednodušší s ostatními hovořit v rámci této třídy. Také se žáci učí ze skutečných praktických příkladů. A jak jsem říkala, tento předmět se objevuje ve 4. třídě, končí v 11. třídě, ale může se tam hovořit o různých tématech. Ještě například v tom 4. ročníku se hovoří o vztazích a postupem času a v závislosti na dospělosti žáků se to téma rozvíjí. Dalším tématem je i to, jak se to téma zpracuje. Žáci mají příležitost se nad tématem zamyslet, ohodnotit to, co se naučili a díky takto získaným znalostem budou moci pak praktikovat to, co se ve škole naučili. Hlavní myšlenkou je, že kariérové vzdělávání doplňuje a posiluje jednotlivé příspěvky toho osobního a sociálního rozvoje. Pan profesor Sultana zmínil, že právě toto vzdělávání poskytuje ten správný rámec pro kariérové vzdělávání. V rámci toho celkového programu, tak tam jsou 3 oblasti. Za prvé to je povědomí o intrapersonálních a interpersonálních vztazích. To znamená, že člověk musí poznávat sám sebe a i ostatní. Dalším tématem je objevování kariérních možností a plánování. To znamená, tam právě spadá to kariérové vzdělávání. A 3. oblasti říkáme zdraví, bezpečnost a celková pohoda. Tam spadá právě sexuální výchova, otázky genderu a tak dále. Na tomto slajdu vidíte i odkaz, takže když tuto prezentaci budete sdílet, můžete se podívat na ten vzdělávací program sami a můžete si ho pročíst. Mám pocit, že už mi zbývá tedy poslední minuta. Ano. Tady vidíte výsledky vzdělávání v jednotlivých tématech. Toto je přímo téma objevování kariérních možností a plánování. Vidíte tu i časovou dotaci za každý rok. Takže vidíte, že například ve 4. ročníku jsou tomu věnovány 4 hodiny a celkově se celému tématu věnuje, nebo celému předmětu věnuje 48 hodin. A vidíte tu jednotlivý rozpis těch výstupů. Zde vidíte pracovní sešit. V rámci tohoto předmětu se zabýváme i tím, jak ohodnotit studenty. Na každý rok máme právě pracovní sešity, v nichž studenti se mohou zamyslet nad tím, co se dozvěděli, napsat si, co se dozvěděli. Tady vidíte další příklad. A také musím zmínit, že to doplňuje ten náš vzdělávací program. A jako tento doplněk jsme také vytvořili nový program, kdy kariéroví poradci spolupracují s učiteli tohoto předmětu, o níž celou dobu hovořím, a poskytují právě informace o kariérovém vzdělávání. nejde zde o vzdělávání celých skupin, ale i jednotlivců. Takže právě tento projekt stojí na stejném odůvodnění jako ten celý předmět. Jde o získávání nových znalostí a postojů a přístupů. Organizujeme i mnoho činností. Začínáme tedy na základní škole. Kariérové vzdělávání poskytujeme právě i v těch nižších ročnících základní školy. Také probíhá mnoho iniciativ. Studenti si například vybírají vlastní předměty. Ve skupinách se baví o tom, jaké předměty tedy budou mít, jaká témata budou probírat. Kariéroví poradci studentům pak přednesou různé možnosti a jaké jsou možnosti kariéry u jednotlivých zaměstnavatelů. Takže se snažíme kombinovat program kariérového vzdělávání s lekcemi v rámci školy a také s programem kariérového poradenství, který vyučují učitelé právě kariérového vzdělávání. My si tu prezentaci budeme moci přečíst v konferenční aplikaci. Tak já pouze na závěr uvedu ještě poslední slide. Zatím nebyly provedeny studie, které by ukázaly, jaký dopad mají naše činnosti. Ale například OECD provedla studii o připravenosti na kariéru, která ukázala, že když studenti mají možnost prozkoumávat pracovní trh a pracovní svět, tak díky tomu pak mají lepší příležitosti a lepší možnosti najít tedy lepší práci. Děkujeme na Maltu. Zůstaňte ještě připojená, prosím. Další je Mihaj. Tak i vám dávám prostor. Máte 7 minut. Mihaj, pokud tu jste s námi, tak máte slovo. Dobrý den. Jmenuji se Mihaj Jakob. Jsem výzkumník na Institutu pedagogických studií. Jsem doktorant na univerzitě v Bukurešti. Během dalších 7 minut budu hovořit o tom, jak jsme v Rumunsku vyvinuli to vzdělávací kurikulum zabývající se kariérovým vzděláváním. Jak zmínil pan profesor Sultána, tak i my věnujeme určitou část výuky kariérovému vzdělávání. Ale vše není úplně procházka růžovým sadem. Jsou zde určité tlaky, které ovlivňují kariérové vzdělávání na školách. Jenom abyste měli přehled o tom, jak vypadá kariérové poradenství ve školách. To máme rozdělené do 2 částí. Máme systém profesionálních poradců, školních poradců, těch je 42, nebo těch center, které poskytují kariérové vzdělávání, tak je 42. Jedno centrum většinou pokrývá 1 či 2 školy. Ti poradci mají různé vzdělání, mohou to být sociologové, pedagogové, psychologové, takže vlastně nemají jednotné vzdělání. Ale všichni poradci jsou učitelé, to znamená z právního hlediska jsou učitelé a každý týden učí 2 až 4 hodiny. Ale neučí tedy kariérové poradenství. Většinou učí humanitní předměty. A právě to kariérové vzdělávání, tak tam učí učitelé. To kariérové vzdělávání máme na základních školách. Většinou je to 1 hodina týdně během prvních 3 let základní školy. A během, řekněme, 2. stupně základní školy pracují speciálně vyškolení učitelé, kteří mají předměty, na něž žáci probírají různá témata. Tito učitelé v rámci těchto předmětů učí 1 hodinu týdně během celého toho, řekněme, 2. stupně základní školy. Můžeme si krátce podívat na to, jak vzniklo právě toto kurikulum kariérového vzdělávání. My jsme provedli komparativní studii 6 vzdělávacích systémů po celém světě. Dívali jsme se na to, jak jsou ty programy kariérového vzdělávání realizovány v různých zemích. Ta studie je částečně dostupná v angličtině, ale ta webová stránka v současnosti nefunguje. Takže proběhla komparativní studie, následně byla vytvořena pracovní skupina u nás v Rumunsku, již se účastnili učitelé jako dobrovolníci a ty debaty probíhaly i ve spolupráci s ministerstvem školství. Bylo nás přibližně 20. Vytvořili jsme to kurikulum, následně jsme uspořádali národní konferenci, kde jsme probírali praktické stránky kariérového vzdělávání a vytvořili jsme i podpůrné dokumenty pro učitele. Nechci zde používat ten termín poradce, protože, jak jsem již zmínil, většinou jde o učitele, protože právě kariérové vzdělávání neposkytují kariéroví poradci. Co se týče dovedností, tak zaprvé je to sebeuvědomění a životní styl. To znamená, hovořili jsme o zdravém životním stylu, hygieně, volném času. Dále jsme probírali i sociální a emoční kompetence, o tom budu hovořit později. Následně, jak se učit. A dále i dovednosti související se správou kariéry a řízením kariéry. Ve vzdělávacích programech nejsou použity tyto termíny, které vidíte na obrazovce. Spíše tam je uveden analytický popis těchto dovedností. Všechny tyto vzdělávací programy byly přeloženy do angličtiny a měly by být dostupné online. Jak jsem mi říkal, není to všechno jenom procházka růžovým sadem, protože realizace pokulhává. Projekt fungoval na těch základních školách, následně by se objevily otázky, zdali se rozšíří na střední školy, ale k tomu nedošlo, takže současná situace je nejistá, nevíme, jak bude probíhat realizace a navíc ani učitelé nejsou dostatečně proškolení. Takže právě na těch středních školách nebo na druhých stupních základních škol nemají učitelé dostatek možností a znalostí o tom, jak tento projekt implementovat. Navíc roli hrají i politické názory, které jsou často v rozporu. Ten čas vyhrazený na kariérové vzdělávání není dostatečný. Loni u nás probíhala debata a o kariérovém vzdělávání se nakonec rozhodlo, že bude vyloučen z toho vzdělávání ve prospěch důležitějších předmětů, což bylo na úkor právě kariérových poradců na školách. Takže v této oblasti u nás panuje velká nejistota. Na druhou stranu jsme zaznamenali pozitivní pokrok. Loni byly vybrány aktivity, které mohou pomoci zmírnit následky toho, že se vzdělávání přesunulo do online prostředí. Tyto všechny činnosti jsou dostupné pouze v rumunštině. Pokud chcete se podívat na to, jaké činnosti jsme zaměřili na oblast rozvoje těch emočních a citových dovedností, tak to jsme před několika týdny vydali studii. Můj kolega Andrej napsal, právě popsal tento program, který se zaměřuje na rozvoj emočních a sociálních dovedností. Já vám to ještě nechám reference, pokud vás zajímá ta odborná část, tak si můžete pročíst a také máte tu e-mail na mě. Děkuji, Mihaji. Také děkuji za to, že si přednesl problémy, které se pojí s realizací těchto programů u vás. A nyní Iva.
Já teď s vámi budu sdílet svou prezentaci. A prosím, Ivo, abyste dodržela čas 7 minut. Ale mně nejde úplně ta prezentace načíst, nevím proč. Možná tady poprosím režii, jestli by nám pomohla s tou prezentací. Musíme teď chviličku počkat. My tady máme technický tým, který teď Ivě pomůže se sdílením prezentace. A já toho mezi tím využiju, abych vás vyzval k tomu, abyste se ptali v aplikaci Eventy na otázky. Zajímá nás, co vás zajímá. Případně, jestli máte nějaké otázky nebo návrhy, protože potom nás bude čekat diskuze zhruba 25 nebo 30 minutová. Budeme se bavit o tom, jak můžeme pracovat na rozvoji kariérového vzdělávání v Evropě a doufám, že i v České republice. Tak teď nám vypadl zvuk, bohužel neslyšíme originál. Teď neprobíhá tlumočení do češtiny, protože tlumočníci neslyší anglický originál. Jakmile uslyšíme, tak opět začneme tlumočit. Tak, už se zase slyšíme. V poslední části tedy budeme ještě mít druhý kulatý stůl, kde se budeme bavit o vizi rozvoje z pohledu škol v České republice. Budeme tady mít zástupce z škol přímo ve studiu. Pokud tedy jste z České republiky, můžete sledovat i tu poslední část a můžete se také ptát přímo ředitelů škol. Můžete se i připojit do debaty. Budeme tedy rádi, když s námi budete sdílet své nápady, například v chatu nebo v tom prostoru pro otázky. Tak, doufám, že nám už ta prezentace funguje. A případně můžeme zvolit možnost přednést ten projev bez prezentace. Tak uvidíme, jak to bude vypadat. Tak, Ivo možná tedy bez prezentace, ale alespoň nám můžete sdělit své myšlenky. Klidně bez prezentace. Dobře, všechny vás zdravím, moc se omlouvám za takový neobvyklý úvod, že mi nešla spustit ta prezentace, ale bohužel jsme měli nějaký technický problém. Já se krátce představím, jmenuji se Iva Kirovová, jsem původem psycholožka, po absolvování studií jsem pracovala v různých oborech z psychologie, pracovní psychologie, pracovala jsem s dětmi, 10 let jsem pracovala v Bulharsku, takže mám i bohatou zahraniční zkušenost z psychologického odvětví. A zhruba nějakých 30 let už pracuji v akademickém prostředí na univerzitě. Na konci 90. let jsem se účastnila jednoho projektu, který se zaměřoval na implementaci programu MBA na naší univerzitě. Pracuji na Technické univerzitě v Ostravě a konkrétně na fakultě ekonomické. Když jsem navštívila univerzitu v Liverpoolu, univerzitu Johna Morse, tak to bylo poprvé, co jsem se setkala s tématem kariérového poradenství. Viděla jsem tam kariérové centrum, potkala jsem tam hodně kolegů a tito kolegové nám představili Liverpoolskou univerzitu a konkrétně kurz, který se zaměřoval na kariérový rozvoj a osobní rozvoj. A to pro mě bylo hodně inspirativní, takže když jsem se vrátila do Ostravy, tak se mi podařilo zavést kurz, který se jmenoval individuální kariérový rozvoj. To bylo na konci těch 90. let a tento kurz se zaměřoval právě na kariérový rozvoj studentů. Zaměřovali jsme se na téma, jak studenti rozvíjejí různé aspekty své osobnosti, své vědomosti a podobně. A také bych chtěla zmínit, že kariérový rozvoj je holistické téma. Je propojené nejen s naší osobností, ale také obecně s organizacemi, s pracovním trhem, s dalšími socioekonomickými tématy. Kdybych měla porovnat svou zkušenost z Anglie a z České republiky, tak jsem došla k tomu, že jsou tady veliké rozdíly a také mezi tím, co znamená kariéra. Je velice těžké říci, co to je kariéra, protože každý pod tím pojmem chápe něco jiného. Někdo z oblasti chemie a fyziky pod tím může chápat něco úplně jiného než někdo jiný. Každý má nějaký vlastní význam, si pod tím představí. Ale ten kariérový rozvoj je spojen i se změnami paradigmatu. Téma kariéra se změnilo. Co to znamená kariéra se změnilo? To chápání v rámci industriální éry se v postindustriální éře radikálně změnilo. My teď chápeme pojem kariéra úplně jinak. A také, kdo je odpovědný za kariérový rozvoj. Když začneme pracovat v určité organizaci, která se o nás postará. Jde nám tady o ten charakter té organizace, která se o nás má postarat, anebo to můžeme říci jinak. Je tam určitý přechod mezi odpovědností. Každý z nás může být odpovědný za svůj vlastní život. My jsme zodpovědní za svůj život, kariéra je součástí našeho života, takže se dá říci, že s přechodem do postindustriální společnosti vidíme i určité psychologické změny. V tradiční společenské smlouvě, v tradičním psychologickém chápání jsme viděli tu odpovědnost hlavně na straně těch organizací, ale v postindustriální éře se ta primární odpovědnost přesouvá k jednotlivci. Mohu tedy říci, že není úplně snadné pochopit tyto změny, tyto přechody. Můžeme říct, že jsou to určité trendy, ale v našem českém kontextu mohu říci, že k takovému přechodu dochází i dnes, v roce 2021. A není to vůbec jednoduché. A ne vždy to mladá generace přijme. Je to propojené i s českými národními hodnotami, s českou kulturou. To jsou nové koncepty kariéry. Třeba různé koncepty jako portfoliová nebo kaleidoskopická kariéra. To jsou původně koncepty z anglosaských zemí a je velice těžké tyhle koncepty převést do našeho prostředí. Je těžké je přijmout v jiných kulturách, například v české kultuře. Chtěla jsem tedy říci, že svým studentům dávám nejen ten teoretický základ, co to je kariéra a kariérový rozvoj a jak je možné rozvíjet kariéru, protože tam můžeme aplikovat různá jak subjektivní, tak objektivní kritéria. Podobné je to, když mluvíme o úspěchu v kariéře. Co to znamená být úspěšný? Kromě tedy toho teoretického základu, ten kurz zaměřuji na chápání, porozumění. Dávám studentům úkoly, které se zaměřují na to, aby si vytvořili své vlastní portfolio, nebo si udělali takovou vlastní SWOT analýzu, aby dokázali vyhodnotit, jaké jsou jejich silné stránky, jaké mají vědomosti, motivace, preference, hodnoty a podobně. Také by měli dobře chápat, jak využívat různé možnosti kariéry. Je to v podstatě taková motivace k tomu, aby porozuměli tomu, co chtějí dělat, aby si uvědomovali změny, ke kterým dochází. V ideálním případě by si měli stanovit cíle, protože to si potom mohou porovnat s tím vlastním portfoliem a s tou svojí SWOT analýzou. Ty výsledky z té SWOT analýzy si mohou rozebrat a z toho potom může být jasné, jaké mají cíle, co pro ně může být motivační, inspirativní, čeho je možné dosáhnout, co mají pro to udělat. Je to tedy i takový akční plán. Chtěla jsem tedy říct, že tyto změny zdůrazňují potřebu sebeporozumění a sebechápání, aby ti studenti pochopili celkový kontext. Každá organizace a každý jednotlivec žije v určité společnosti a to je propojuje i s těmi změnami v psychologické smlouvě. Souvisí to se zaměstnavatelností, s udržitelnou zaměstnavatelností, to je také důležitá součást kariérového vzdělávání a výsledků kariérového rozvoje. Univerzitní studenti často mají problém právě s tím sebevyhodnocením a sebechápáním, vyhodnotit si, jaké jsou jejich dovednosti, kompetence. Možná to znají z jiných oborů, ale ne vždy jsou schopni správně porozumět tomu, jaké mají přesně dovednosti. Nezvládají to vidět vždy u ostatních lidí, ale ani u sebe. Ten kurz se už rozvinul za těch 20 let, prošel mnoha změnami, je jasné, že se tady musel v průběhu těch 20 let měnit. A co zpětná vazba na ten kurz? Jak mohu vůbec hodnotit takový kurz? Musím říct, že dostávám pozitivní zpětnou vazbu od studentů. Studenti říkají, že je ten kurz po absolvování připravuje na to, co chtějí dělat. A už v průběhu toho, co studují, tak chápou, že musí být aktivní. Lépe potom chápou, jaké jsou jejich zájmy, co je baví. A možná jsem zapomněla zmínit, že se také zaměřuji na tu SWOT analýzu, na jejich plány, cíle. A obecně na interakci. Interakci mezi jejich pracovním a rodinným, osobním životem. Protože když pochopí, co to je kariéra, tak pochopí, že to spadá do všech oblastí života. Omlouvám se, že jsem s vámi nemohla sdílet tu PowerPointovou prezentaci. To je možná další aspekt celé té problematiky, ale doufám, že to dávalo smysl. Děkuji, Ivo.
Děkuji, Ivo. Doufám, že mě slyšíš. Ano, slyším. V aplikaci Eventy na tebe máme pár otázek. Vidíš, že tu jsou 2 otázky. Můžeš si ty odpovědi promyslet. Já jsem je neviděla. Tak, já ty otázky z Eventy přečtu. První otázka je, když jste navzájem poslouchali své projevy z Rumunska, z Malty, z Česka. Česko popisovala Iva. A také jste slyšeli o různých změnách, vyslechli jste si perspektivy. Tak těch perspektiv je několik, byly různé v různých zemích. Takže já se ptám, vidíte zde určitá propojení, nějaký společný základ nebo nějaké hlavní sdělení, které bychom z těchto prezentací mohli nějak vytáhnout? Možná Ronald by nám o tom něco mohl říct. My jsme všichni zdůrazňovali, že se ta naše práce v postindustriální společnosti změnila. My nevíme, jak bude vypadat budoucnost a jak naše práce se bude měnit. Ale všichni máme pocit, že práce je lidská činnost a právě lidská činnost je hlavním ústředním bodem naší práce. A proto má význam, aby se kurikula mladých zaměřovala na to, aby o tom právě o této otázce mohli hovořit, aby jsme se mohli bavit o tom, jaké jsou různé způsoby vykonávání práce do budoucna. Mohl se, že jsme například o tom smíšeném modelu. Co já bych v této souvislosti zdůraznil, je, že to, co vidíme v tom širším evropském prostoru. My k tomu přistupujeme pragmaticky. Situace je taková, naše děti budou moci pracovat na těchto místech pracovních, a tak se s tím tomu musíme přizpůsobit. Ale na druhé straně, zde máme tu společenskou smlouvu. Iva hovořila o psychologické smlouvě, já hovořím o sociální a společenské smlouvě mezi státem a občany. Právě ekonomické modely, které prožíváme, tak způsobují a přináší mnoho problémů. Protože nevíme, jak je řešit. Nám je často říkáno, že musíme převzít zodpovědnost. Ale právě to je debata, kterou musíme vést na evropské úrovni právě mezi těmito 2 perspektivami. Tyto 2 perspektivy musí zůstávat v napětí. Ale to je právě pro mě zásadní. Děkuji, poprosím o krátkou reakci, než se podíváme na otázky z publika. Můžete se vyjádřit, může se vyjádřit kdokoliv z vás, zdali vidíte nějaké podobné názory mezi vašimi pohledy. Ano, já bych zde chtěl zdůraznit ten historický pohled. Tato debata nepobíhá pouze v hlavách akademiků. Tady je zkrátka patrný neustálý pokrok. Zkrátka nevíme, jak bude vypadat to kariérové vzdělávání příští rok. Často trvá dlouho, než se program vytvoří, jak o tom hovořila například Iva. Dále jsme zmiňovali práva zaměstnanců. Nesmíme zapomínat, že nežijeme v ideálním světě, že žijeme ve skutečném světě. Takže se musíme skutečně dívat na to, jak to vypadá v tom skutečném, reálném světě. Dorian se chtěla vyjádřit? Máte vypnutý mikrofon. Tak jsem si tady mluvila jenom do počítače. Já jsem přemýšlela nad tím kontextem, odkud pocházíme. Pocházíme z různých společností, z různých tradic. Jak říkal Ronald, ten význam práce je patrný všude. Otázkou je, jak k němu budeme přistupovat. Každý z nás pochází z různých zemí, z různých tradic. Ale všichni se asi shodneme na tom, že naše mladé musíme naučit, jak se v tomto měnícím se světě pohybovat. A existují různé způsoby, jak kariérové vzdělávání poskytovat a závisí na kontextu. Podle kontextu, kde žijete. A tak já vám nyní přečtu otázky, které nám položilo publikum. Možná ty otázky jsou podobné, já vám je obě dvě přečtu, protože nemáme už moc času. První otázka. Jak může být kariérové poradenství proaktivnější spíše než reaktivní? A jak připravit lidi na budoucnost, o níž nikdo neví, jak bude vypadat, a nepřipravovat je pouze na dnešek, na současnost. A druhá otázka. Ta zní, co si myslíte o nedostatečném měření dopadů kariérového vzdělávání? Může být vlastně celé to pole považováno za jaksi validní a aniž bychom měli nějaké nástroje, jak měřit dopad právě kariérového vzdělávání. A zdali to je potřeba tedy pro vývoj kariérového vzdělávání je potřeba měřit dopad jeho výsledku. Takže to jsou ty dvě otázky, na které můžete zareagovat. Možná by to mohlo být to poslední kolečko odpovědí. Ano, já se tedy vyjádřím. Já začnu. Z určitého pohledu můžeme být proaktivní, protože pokud pochopíme, co se děje ve světě a jaké se objevují trendy, tak je určitě lepší být připravení, být flexibilní, mít připravené alternativy. Ale tím základním krokem je, aby člověk pochopil sám sebe. To je základ. Pokud nechápeme, jací jsme, čeho se bojíme, co chceme, pokud nechápeme naše prostředí, naše okolí, tak nemůžeme být proaktivní. Rovněž je neméně důležité, abychom mohli sdílet svou osobní zkušenost ale také abychom byli aktivní napříč předměty na základní škole, střední škole či na univerzitách. Protože my žijeme ve světě, kde jednotlivé předměty nejsou oddělené. Všechny předměty, matematika, jazyky, věda, to jsou všechno propojené předměty a oblasti. Chce se vyjádřit někdo další a zareagovat na otázky z publika? Ronalde, máte vypnutý mikrofon. Teď už mě slyšíte? Když se podívám nejprve na druhou otázku, to je velmi důležité téma. Máme dostatek důkazů o tom, jaký dopad má kariérové poradenství. Tak pokud ty důkazy budeme mít, tak můžeme přitáhnout větší podporu ze strany státu i soukromého sektoru. A já mám dvě odpovědi. Za prvé, dopad je velmi těžké měřit, protože je zde mnoho proměnných. Ale objevilo se mnoho studií, které měří sociální dopad kariérového poradenství. A ty výsledky jsou velmi motivující. Samozřejmě ty výsledky se liší v jednotlivých zemích, ale my už teď máme důkazy, které může použít kdokoliv. Za druhé, otázka proaktivity. Paulo Freire, to byl asi největší pedagog posledního století. On říkal, že musíme učit děti nejenom to, jak číst slova, ale i jak číst svět a to, co se děje kolem nich. Takže úkolem učitelů je pomáhat lidem nejenom to, aby byli flexibilní, aby se dokázali přizpůsobit. To je také důležité, protože zkrátka musí si v práci vydělat dostatek peněz pro to, aby nakrmili svou rodinu. Ale zároveň učitelé musí být proaktivní v tom smyslu, že musí mít intelektuální nástroje, nebo že děti musí mít intelektuální nástroje pro to, aby chápali, co se kolem nich děje. Protože my jsme lidské bytosti a rozhodujeme o tom, jak se vyrábějí prostředky a jak se tyto prostředky nebo produkty následně budou distribuovat. A právě proto musíme chápat práci. O tom hovořil o té historičnosti, o té hovořil Michaj. Nyní je naprosto zásadní, abychom přinesli změnu, protože pokud ta změna nenastane, tak naše životní prostředí zkrátka skolabuje. Ekonomický růst nemůže pokračovat do nekonečna. Takže my, jako učitelé, jsme zodpovědní za to, abychom otevřeli debatu o budoucnosti. Ano, Doria. Já budu mít praktičtější odpověď, která se pojí s tou první otázkou, to znamená, jak můžeme být proaktivní. Je potřeba začít v útlém věku. Když začneme učit už mladé děti o tom, jací jsou, jaké jsou, a začneme je učit i o okolním světě, a to již od útlého věku, tak je můžeme zapojit do celého toho procesu. Můžeme do toho procesu zapojit i lidi z okolního, externího světa, to znamená zástupce zaměstnavatelů. Tak právě tím vším můžeme dosáhnout té kýžené proaktivity. Žáci musí již od útlého věku myslet kriticky. Ale my jim musíme také přinést ty příležitosti pro vzdělávání. Aby zpochybňovali zažité myšlenky, aby hovořili o otázkách genderu, aby hovořili o nejisté práci. V tomto smyslu je potřeba začít velmi brzy a zapojit všechny zainteresované strany. To přinese velké pozitivní dopady. A Mihaj, ještě by se měl vyjádřit? Ano, já budu hovořit pouze stručně. Co se týče první otázky ohledně budoucnosti, byly popsány stovky stran ohledně toho, že často o budoucnosti rozhodují společnosti, firmy. a mladí mají pocit, že nejsou pány své budoucnosti. Pokud nebudou mít pocit, že mohou svou budoucnost změnit, tak tak a za ní ani nebudou zodpovědní a nebudou chtít za ní být zodpovědní, protože si budou myslet, že o ní rozhoduje někdo jiný. Takže lidé v tom případě nebudou mít pocit, že by měli něco dělat. Takže je nutné tuto zodpovědnost za budoucnost opět přenést zpátky na studenty a na žáky. Musíme jim dát ten pocit, že budoucnost mají ve vlastních rukou. Děkuji. Děkuji vám všem. Tak, máme čas ještě na poslední závěrečné slovo. Teď bude probíhat debata v češtině s řediteli škol, základních i středních. Ta debata začne okamžitě hned teď. Tentokrát už bez vás. Ale chtěl bych se vás zeptat, zda máte nějaké poselství pro ředitele škol. Co byste jim chtěli říct? Jaký je podle vašeho názoru nějaký výsledek této debaty? Nějaká krátká zpráva, se kterou se rozloučíte s tímto panelem? Ivo, chtěla by se něco říct si? No, co bych měla říct? Buďte odvážní, motivovaní. A jak řekla Dora, je potřeba začít již v útlém věku. Pomoci dětem, aby pochopili sami sebe, aby byli efektivní, aby chápali, že mají příležitost se rozhodovat. Děkuji. Tak, já se vyjádřím jako další. Pandemie nám ukázala, jak důležití jsou učitelé. My jsme naprosto zásadní pro to, aby společnost fungovala tak, jak má. Budoucnost mladých máme ve svých rukou. Na bedrech máme velkou zodpovědnost. Možná nevíme, co přijde zítra, co přijde za týden, ale jak říkal Michaj, musíme dětem dát ten pocit kontroly a že mají moc nad svou budoucností. A právě učitelé mají moc tohoto dosáhnout. Takže vám přeji mnoho štěstí. Já se vyjádřím jako další. Jenom pár slov učitelům a lídrům. Vy jste v pozici, kdy můžete svým studentům a žákům přinést změnu jejich budoucnosti. Můžete změnit budoucnost svých žáků. Budoucnost bude pro vaše žáky a studenty složitá. A vy jste ale ve ideální pozici pro to, abyste žákům dali možnosti, jak té nejisté budoucnosti lépe čelit s lepšími nástroji. Můžete jim tedy do toho jejich vzdělávacího programu zavést předměty jako kariérové vzdělávání a tím dosáhnout lepší budoucnosti. Takže Michaj, musíme pamatovat na to, že pokrok je velmi křehký, musíme nad něm neustále pracovat a je vidět, že v české organizaci Euroguidance máte obrovskou podporu. A určitě se můžete na nás či na Euroguidance obrátit, když budete mít otázky.
Ano, můžeme spolupracovat na tom, jak ještě lépe rozvíjet kariérové vzdělávání v České republice. Do toho můžeme zapojit různé odborníky, akademiky, můžeme být stále ve spojení a snad dojde na tomto poli k nějakému rozvoji v rámci kariérového rozvoje a sociálních věd. Tak moc vám děkuji za účast na kulatém stole a loučím se s vámi. Teď vás tedy pozvu k dalšímu kulatému stolu, který proběhne česky. This will be another block in the program. This is the last one. We don't have any break. We go on. But now you need to change the channel. If you want to listen to English, you will listen to the stream in translation. If you want to listen to Czech, you switch to the original channel that will be in Czech. And now I will ask the members of the round table, the directors of the schools, please bring your own chair. I will also bring my own chair. Welcome back. Hello everyone. We are ready for the second roundtable. I hope you can see us and hear us well. I would like to welcome our guests here. This is the last part of our conference, and I am very glad that we will listen to different perspectives from the directors of different schools, and these schools are trying to do what we are trying to do via this roundtable and via the National Career Guidance Award. I want to ask you how to do this in a more systemic way. That's the biggest question for me. And the question is what we need, where are we, and I will now pass the floor to the directors of schools, and they will tell me what does it mean for them, what works in their school, and what would they wish to happen, what are the next steps for the development of social career and individual development in the Czech Republic. Maybe the question is a little bit abstract, but I guess you'll be able to answer. I think you'll tell us something similar to what we've heard from the previous roundtable, that this is a very important topic, we need to focus on it, etc. You can go one by one. We can do the first round. Yes, you can start, and this will be the first round. Hello everyone. I'm thinking about the question we were just asked because it is a very broad question. I want to start from the specific ideas. In most schools, we have education counselors who take care of different sorts of things. They need to survey the involvement of students with specific needs. they need to deal with the behavioral problems, they need to launch different kinds of projects, and a part of all that, they are meant to be career counselors as well. In my opinion, 3 hours a week are very little time for such a variety of topics, because they teach their subjects as well. We need to have people at schools who have time to focus on the important topics, not only to focus on problems that appear at schools, but also to focus with enough energy to the development of students, and they need to have sufficient space for that. This is the first thing. The second thing is the school education program. If the school chooses that as one of its priorities, we can already find some support in the framework, which is great, and we managed to do that in our school. If you are interested, I can comment on that in more detail later on. It is also important that we, as part of the society, are aware of the fact that the current times are changing very quickly, and what we teach our children today will not be sufficient for the future, because new challenges will appear, new needs will appear. That's why it is important to focus on the development of skills and competencies that children will take away from schools, and they will build on those competencies. One of those competencies is to feel the need of lifelong learning. We need to work on ourselves, and that's what we should support at schools. We should show the students how to do that, and we should show them that this is the basic need for their lives. Those are the first ideas for the beginning. Thank you very much. That was Jitka Klentova from Grammar School na Zatlance. Hello, I'm Radko Samblik. I'm the director of Smíchov Secondary Technical School, and I will follow up to what my colleague has said. Personally, I see the biggest space for career counseling at secondary schools. I think career counselors should serve as feedback for the students, but also for their parents and for the teachers. But unfortunately, it is very often the case that career counseling is provided by a teacher. They only have a few hours a week for that, and what happens is that the career counselor sees the student from her or his perspective, but they cannot see the whole picture. I say that everyone has their talent, but not everyone has discovered it, and we should help students to discover their talents. The problem we see that these people have certain intentions, they have certain profiles, and if they do, for example, IT, they can send their CV to any company and they will get accepted, but they do not always want to work in IT. They might want to dedicate to other activities. So there must be wider choice of universities, and students are wondering whether to go abroad, whether to stay in the Czech Republic. They inquire whether the universities are creative or not, but very often you only work with students who have certain problems at schools, not only problems with education, but also personal problems at their families, breakups in their families, etc. And what happens is that we have very talented students at schools, and those students also need our support. They also need support to be creative. I can talk about the possibilities for our students here. For example, they have built this studio, that was their work, but I think it's not the case in most schools, but it should be. We shouldn't forget about the very talented students. They also have certain needs. That's just the introduction. I can, of course, comment on this in more detail later. So it's something that's for everyone. Yes, it's for everyone, of course. Yes, for all those schools. Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Martin Provazník. I'm from the direction of the elementary school at Strosmero náměstí in Prague 7. I support everything that my colleagues have mentioned, and I want to mention one more thing. What happened in our school, it was a miracle in the sense that a career counselor is at the school direction at the same time, and it's me. And that's how we managed to motivate the school about this topic. But there is one disadvantage. I would be glad if I had a colleague that would help me. But so far we haven't found anyone who would be motivated enough to do that. And I would like to support this idea that has been mentioned several times to anchor career counselor at a certain place at schools. It's not just education counseling, it's a very specific area, career education and career counseling. And if we create such a position, I think there would be space for that in Czech schools. From my own experience, I know that this topic is very interesting, it is very beneficial for students. And the situation we live in right now would be a great opportunity to do that. We need to open the topics for students. Who are we? How am I influenced? What can I bring on to my life, etc., etc. There is an open space to think about these topics, and as schools we want to use such space. Our last speaker, and then we will continue in the discussion. I am Vít Beran from the elementary school at Konratice. I would like to follow up. We also have career counseling at our schools. It's not just education counseling, but also career counseling, as we mentioned. And we try to do a lot of work with students. We create profile of the students with lower secondary students and higher students as well. We managed to develop our own methodology and our own tools, thanks to the fact that we have our own department. But it's still really demanding. The school psychologists are not always financed by the contributions from the state, which makes it a little bit problematic sometimes. And I would like to say that we do not only want to work with the children who have certain problems, but with other students as well. Our colleague from Romania presented their model, and I would like to follow up on that. I think we are a very liberal school, and from the first grade we try to support literacy at children. We want to develop their skills that lead them to their learning and their competencies, but also to the fact that they are able to cooperate with any pupil in their class. We want to support their work competencies. And this is connected to the education, to the form of the education, how we plan it, how we do it. We need to support the children in the areas where they inquire, they try to discover what they like, what they would love to do in the future. They need to try different kinds of things. And that's why I'm really glad that we focus on individual social self-learning. We have also drama courses from the third grade on, so pupils have more experiences from different kinds of subjects. The head teachers work with their classes a lot. They try to create a secure environment where children are open, they are not afraid to discuss, and that will equip the children very well for the future. when they are choosing their secondary school, when they're choosing their career path, and other things. Thank you very much for this introduction. Now we should start with the lively discussion to respond quickly to each other. Don't be afraid, just respond to each other. Itka, can you please start? And just comment on it, and let's try to discuss as many things as possible. Just respond to what has been said and then we'll see. I wanted to respond to Martin because you said that you are alone despite the fact that you are in the school direction. I must say that the team of school career counseling is very important. One person is not enough. It's not possible to manage it in one person. You need more colleagues to work with in order to support the students. And I confirm what Vít has said. That's the most important focus of our work. We are a 4-year grammar school, and I think it's important to integrate students in this process as well. We, for example, have a project that serves to support talented children, but we call it development of strengths. And our graduates, both with our students, are involved in the program. Our graduates support the students with these kinds of talents, and this is one of the paths that we have chosen. The graduates can pass their experience to younger students, and you can even do that with primary and secondary stage of elementary schools. It must be the focus of the whole school. And if I go beyond that, this should be a topic in the whole society, as I've said at the beginning. We need to have that support from the state, and if we don't reach that, we cannot achieve the goals. If just individual schools focus on such topics, we will not change the system. We need the support of parents, we need the support of the Ministry of Education, the support of the state. Because there is still a certain fear from the part of the parents whether to focus on the development of personality, the development of competencies, and they are afraid that they will not be as strong in geography, they will not be able to describe how South America looks like, for example. And we need to find the borders of what we need to know and to what extent to focus on the competencies. I would like to follow up on that. We are now preparing some materials from the National Institute for Education. It is connected with the educational framework, but this is not in the document. That's exactly what you say. We need to create the right conditions, and if we do not have them, it's wrong. I think that the focus of studies in the 21st century is different than in the 19th and the 20th century. And what is included is that I understand myself, I understand the people around me, I can interlink different topics, so this is a completely different content compared to the past. We need to teach our students to think differently, to perceive things in their environment differently, and if this doesn't happen, it's wrong. And if in the new framework, in the new curriculum, there are just the abstract definitions as in the past, we cannot achieve that goal.
I will follow up on that. We have a system called Sustainable Development according to Radko Sáblík. We try to involve graduates to the processes that are done at school. Some students start to work with us, and we have 70 graduates who teach at our school. 30 of them teach the newest technologies. They work part-time while studying or doing business. From what we've heard, we are one of the few positive models among other schools. But it shouldn't be like this. Those schools that don't do this should be used as models. And there's another aspect. This is all very costly, and we need more funding. And we need to work. We need to have enough funding for these career counseling. I have different proverbs. For example, when you educate someone to do one job, you're committing a crime on this person, because we need to prepare students for the future. And as for the education at schools, we need to bear in mind that the world keeps changing, but also the things that should be examined are changing. Sometimes we hear that during the 8th and 9th year of primary school, they learn only the things that are needed for admission exams for secondary schools. And the same goes with the secondary schools while preparing to universities. I proposed some changes to this. As for humanities, the graduates who have final exam should be able to understand the society and our cultural and historic traditions. That means history of the Czech Republic, etc. And these graduates also should know how the world around them works. So they should have basic knowledge of maths, biology, etc. And they should have some level of knowledge that they should gain at primary school, and then another level that they should learn at secondary school. And these competencies keep changing. So we should focus more on the long-term competencies that will be needed also in 5 or 10 years' time. First, we will ask Jitka. I will just follow up on that. The vision, your vision of final exam is very attractive. But on the other hand, the teachers are not prepared for this. We are working in one of our curricula. We are connecting humanities and science. But we have to create this from zero. There is nowhere to draw inspiration from. There is no one that we can learn from. So this is another aspect, lagging behind. That means the preparation or readiness of teachers. And one more thing, I want to follow up on Vít. We have forgotten to remind one thing. It is the mental fragility of pupils and students. The times are ever-changing. People have a lot of opportunities and it is hard to orient oneself. And COVID has only made the situation more difficult. And the new generations should be prepared to overcome obstacles and face challenges that no one is able to think of nowadays. And the school should teach this to the students and pupils. In this context, I want to add one more thing. As for readiness of teachers, it links to my idea of loneliness that I talked about a few minutes ago. In the 7th, 8th and 9th years, we have a special subject at our school. And when young teachers come to our school asking for a new job, and I tell them that I have this special subject, career education, these young teachers tell us that they had never heard of this subject. So I think we should work on this. We should create this environment in our school, and it should be possible to attract young teachers who have at least some basic notions about this subject of career education. Well, this could be serve as a source of inspiration. We have different practical subjects at schools. I mean, cooking subjects, or growing subjects, and so on. So it could be interesting also. And as Jitka said, I want to follow up on that. We organize different events, class events with headmasters and head teachers. We focused on this. So thank you, Jitka, for opening this topic. One more thing from my side. The occupation of teacher is very creative, and young teachers should be ready for these challenges, but in my opinion they are not ready. Now we have a pilot project on STEM subjects, but the teachers don't have the techniques and methods. So we talked with other colleagues, physics teachers, with students from the first year, where we try the inverted class concept. And during this meeting, we talked about the possibility to teach. We heard from the students, from the teachers, and I heard some worries. But at the same time, I was very happy to hear that everyone was trying to search for a way how to make this new way of teaching happen, instead of just leaving it behind. And another thing, we need to share information. Last week, a representative of 4 technical schools met at a camp, and the format was 1 + 2 + 4. 1 director, 2 teachers, and 4 students. And over the course of the 3 days, we discussed around round tables, and we all found out that it was a great format. The directors heard from the students and teachers. They were not afraid to share their ideas and worries. So I think this is one of the ways how to share experiences. Because at some schools they have very nice projects, but we are not well aware of them. So we have 5 last minutes, and I think this will be the last round. So how to formulate the question? When I was looking for a title for this debate, I was thinking of the vision of personal career development and counseling. And you have this at your schools. You involve students, they can develop. Or you have a specific subject at the second stage of elementary schools. In other schools you have a specific class. So you presented your concepts. But I would like you to look into the future, look into the next 4 years. There are different projects that are planned. For example, schools networking. So my question is, how can we develop this area? That means how students think of themselves, how they develop themselves, and by developing themselves they are ready for entering the labor market. And this is linked to career management, personal career management. So my question is, what are the steps to achieve this, to have a space at schools? Do you have any ideas or any concrete steps which could lead us there? Because the journey is very long. Okay, so I am the first one to start again. That's unfair. I have no time to think about my answer. I think that we need to focus on personal development of students, but at the same time, we need to teach them to cooperate. Our teachers and schools need to cooperate as well and share inspiration. At the same time, we need to know that what works today may not work in 5 years' time. And we should also teach this to our students. We should look around. We should find inspiration at companies which are faster to adapt. And we should be prepared to process this inspiration and to implement this at our schools. Just one more thing. You said that personal and career development works at your school, but I just want to remind you that this is not the case for every school. At Martin's school, they've got career counseling, and at our school, we have a special subject focusing on personal and social development. I will follow up on this. We have a special subject on presentation skills, then we have entrepreneurship skills subject. So the approaches are different. I subscribe to what Jitka said. First of all, we need to teach our students with respect. If I want to be respected, I need to respect the others. I want to ask the teachers that they realize that their subject is not the center of the world. It's not the main and most important subject in the world. The teachers need to be aware of the fact that each student has a different talent. So each student has to find success and live success at their school. We need to find the area where the teachers are successful. And by doing this, the students will trust their teachers, and they will gain self-confidence. And also we need to work with errors. Error is a natural part of learning. Everybody makes errors. And when we want to learn, we need to make errors. We should not punish errors, but errors should be a source of learning. We cannot let people down by punishing their errors. This reminds me of the previous debate. Somebody said that it is important to learn how to learn. So we should take a moment to reflect on how we are able to learn. Learning to learn, I want to remind you that it is not important just to learn things for an exam. Learning means to use the knowledge you have to gain new competences. I would follow up on my colleagues from abroad that we heard in the previous block. I wish to embed this subject in the newly created curriculum, framework curriculum, because we need to find ways to elevate this subject in the new curriculum, and by doing that we could achieve a huge impact on each and every school in the Czech Republic. And I want to say that you are on a good way to achieve this. You have had a special career development subject in your school. So, as Dorian said, the sooner you start, the bigger the impact of this education is. Yes, I could imagine it in the first stage of primary school. I will start with the primary school. pupil's job is to learn. And I wish that the vision we have in our school, which is also shared by the Conference of Education Entities, different projects that are carried out in the Czech Republic. So the vision is that pupils learn happily, they manage their learning, and they are able to teach others. And this is a huge challenge for teachers as well. When pupils are not happy at school, when they don't like learning, when there is tension at school, that is a bad thing. If teachers are unable to give responsibility to pupils, the outcomes are very bad. So maybe it is an ideal situation, but I would like to see this idea or this vision made come true. The focus on social education is of utmost importance. The current situation is very difficult. It leads to improvement of resilience, communication techniques, etc. And these skills are part of different subjects. It is the case for the first year pupil. They are creating different hypotheses, exploring and coming to conclusions. And this can be done at primary school or before final exams. Okay, so we should have new ambitions and goals. Yes, this encourages all to find their own way. And this is just tip of the iceberg. Each pupil has different experiences, and this is reflected on their future life. So we have no more time to sum this conference up. We have one last minute of this conference, so there will be no summary. So please stay here on the stage. I just want to say goodbye to all the participants. I want to promise you that in the Eventi app you will find the whole conference, both the original version and the translated version. So you can cherry pick the conferences that were of interest for you. And this conference is just the beginning. You want to work on, you want to show how this topic is important and that it is topical. We want to show that the career development and personal development is a very important topic. So you can look forward to similar events. Thank you for your participation. You can reach out to us, be in contact with us if you need anything else from the organizing team. I want to thank the students of the Smíchov Secondary Technical School and Grammar School for their technical support, and the results really and your approach really shows. So thank you and goodbye.